back with yet another exciting season of PUBG Mobile as the top sides from South Asia go toe-to-toe for a shot at being the best team from their region. We are set to witness all the thrills and action in a fresh new format. For PMPL South Asia Fall Split 2022, the league stage will be divided into 3 weeks. Each week consists of 5 match days with 5 matches played out per day. Teams will be shuffled into groups at the beginning of every week and all teams will play 4 matches per day. At the end of every week, the top 12 teams for that week will play an additional match on limit. Each week will start fresh with no points carried over from the previous weeks. During the entire league stage, teams will have a chance to earn bonus points. Twice based on a team's placement in each week and once based on their overall placement in the league table. At the end of 3 weeks, the top 16 teams based on their total scores will move on to the finals. These teams will start the finals with the sum total of the bonus points they have earned throughout the league stage. This means that the teams who do well in the league stage will have a significant advantage in the finals. The finals will be played out over 3 days with 6 matches per day. At the end of 3 days, the team with the most points will be declared the champions of PMPL South Asia. Additionally, the top 10 teams will also be moving on to the PMPL South Asia Championship. How will teams adapt to this new format and season? Stay tuned to find out.
This is more than a competition. It is a war where the warriors risk it all. They fight like there's no tomorrow. This is the sound of South Asia, live on the PUBG Mobile eSports official YouTube channel.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, welcome to the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Fall Season of 2022, brought to you by the Oppo F21 Pro. This is Super Johnny, joined by Necro, ladies and gentlemen. And today is, if I'm not wrong, day number 4 of the very first week of the PMPL South Asia, ladies and gentlemen. So that means 5 more games we are going to witness. And, well, it is going to be quite interesting to see how the rankings are going to change. Because, Necro, let's be honest about it, the standings have been quite volatile since yesterday.
Oh, they have. And we've always been saying how volatile it is and how important it is to be in top 12. And yesterday we were also speaking how important it is for all the teams in the latter half of the board to actually make it on top 12 as well. Now, there are quite a lot of teams that we expected to see in the top 12, but they haven't been able to make it there. But it's okay. They have one more day to go, which is today. And if in these 5 games they're not able to make it in the top 12, then God's the savior.
Well, God, I don't think even God is going to help in a scenario like that, or in fact can help, because if these games are done, then tomorrow there are 5 more matches left. And as you said, if you miss out on the top 12, then you miss out on that Livic that will give the teams that bonus points for the finals. And also along with that, we keep seeing the format of this tournament. This PMPL is very interesting in the sense that bonus points are earned based on the league standings that the team have at the end of the league stage. So that means every single game is important, every single week is important, the Livic game is important. Otherwise, you're going to be in a world of hurt at the end of the 3rd week. But all of that's being said and done, we have had a few pleasant surprises as well. Like yesterday, we saw a phenomenal run from the lads of DRS. They're sitting on the 2nd position now.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, DRS yesterday, they were so consistent. But on the other hand, the teams that haven't really been able to perform is, again, we saw John Mara too. Now, they were able to perform pretty well in at least one game. But then later on, they were not really able to keep up the performance up to the mark. It just seemed like things were slipping down for them. The consistency was not present on the table. With that being said, the schedule of PMPL South Asia is in front of you guys. As you do see, the league stage, 5 matches per day will be played, and every single week we'll have that one extra Livic game, and top 12 teams will be able to play that Livic game in it. Now, the bonus point earned from that Livic game will be transferred over in the grand finals.
Well, but let's see, as you said, the bonus points from the Livic will be added for the rankings of the finals. And this time in the finals, as we have been saying, ladies and gentlemen, no one is going to be starting from scratch. Every team will have at least some points on their rankings based on how they've played during those league stages. And it's also, again, going to make the matter more interesting since there is also a lot of money involved. So as we've been talking about the prize pool distribution, just to participate in the league stage, you get $5,000. $5,000 to every team, all the 20 teams in the league stages. But once you make it to the finals, that is when the real division of the prize money begins. Finishing first will get you 10 grand. Finishing sixth will get you 6.5 grand. Finishing third is $4,500, and the prize money, as we all like to always say, is going to keep on dropping.
It is of course going to keep on descending downward, but again, the problem over here is going to be teams that are on the latter half of the board. 1952, the fairy tale was looking pretty good till day 2, but in day 3, they were not able to continue the fairy tale even forward. Unfortunately, 1952 currently sitting on 14th position with only 80 points, and they're tied with Seal, which is sitting on 13th spot. Again, they're really close to top 12, but with the sort of consistency they showed on day 3, it's really grim, or it's really next to impossible to hope that they're going to be able to perform even inside day 4. We talked about how things are going to be way much more serious on day 4. So again, the aggression, the lobby difficulty is going to be amped up even more.
Yeah, but let's talk about this bonus point structure. Points awarded each week for the weekly rankings, which will be following the sort of table that you see towards the right-hand side of your screen. Then there are the league bonuses, points awarded for overall league stage rankings. At the end of the league stages, that is going to be finalized. Total bonus points are going to be the addition of the two, and those will surmount to the initial starting point of the teams in the final. So again, it becomes very important to perform during these particular weeks, and also as soon as you get to that living game, that means you will have a game advantage against the 8 teams that skipped out on that one game. Ladies and gentlemen, but for the normal matches, we do have the point structure on our screens, and this feels like it is as old as time itself at this point.
Oh yeah, it is. It is. This point structure, we've been taking a look at this since a long time, so nothing's changed. At least that's a good news for you guys as well, because, again, there's not a lot to grasp here. Basic stuff, not a lot to change, but the only thing that has been changed, the format that we explained to you guys over and over again since the past few days. Now, what we need to talk about is this point structure and how you're going to be able to grasp those points. As we know, 1 elimination per point, and this is really incredible. If you do get 1 elimination, that means you're also going to be getting 1 point, and overall 13 to 16 spot will be getting 0 points in their hands. Right now, from 13 to 16th is Giant Mara, and on 13th spot in the overall rankings is Seal. And these teams, again, there's a chance they might be able to topple over in top 12. But then if you take a look at the latter half of the board, which is GSM, DAX, and A1 eSports, things are looking really grim for them. With that being said, let's move on over to the squad roster of Group A, as we have Godlike Stalwart Raw. Then we also have WIZZES Club in 1952.
Well, 1952 they were a pleasant surprise to look at during the first 2 days of the tournament, but Mecro, yesterday's run was not something that we anticipated was going to come. We thought the team was going to be as consistent as they were during the first 2 days, but we saw a massive drop from their side yesterday. Godlike Stalwart, on the other hand, I think they just like staying at the top. Have you seen that meme of Cat sitting up on the pole and just say just the line that says, "I see no God up here, no one but me"? That's Godlike Stalwart in a nutshell. They like to sit on top of that table, and they don't want anyone to take their spot. Still holding the lead in a comfortable position, by the way. Well, not as comfortable as they were before, because DRS is there.
Only 1 point shy, ladies and gentlemen. DRS is currently sitting on 2nd spot with 142 points, and Godlike Stalwart has 143 points. And you were speaking about the gods. I mean, I was taking a look at their social media, and I saw their post off on a story. I saw their story off the official
Are you stalking
page.
the players now?
I'm not stalking the players. I'm stalking the team. I'm stalking the organization, okay? And I saw a little post, and the post said, even though we had a bad day, we're still sitting on the top. And there was like a little kid dancing in that post, and I was like, okay, I was like, all right, that's cool.
Yeah, I mean, it has to be cool. And the team itself is just, they are basically the essence of that post. They aren't worried about the fact that they had a bad day. They are sure, they are confident enough that they will get those points that they missed out on yesterday in the matches today. But as we move forward, ladies and gentlemen, Group E is the last group. MABETEX eSport, I'm still waiting to see them in their real form, but I think they're going to make me wait till the finals, because I don't know why. But it will make me a happy man if I see this team going all out. Right now, it just feels that they're holding back a little bit in those 4v4s, and there is something lacking in terms of commitment towards those team fights. On the other side, VENOM Legends had a pretty decent run yesterday.
Oh, they did. VENOM Legends definitely did. They were able to situate themselves on 17th spot, but I wouldn't really say that's a good thing. Still, things are looking way too bad, even though they got a chicken dinner for themselves at the last game. VENOM Legends, still, things are not really looking that great. A lot of hopes are there, even on their side, because sitting on 17th spot, I wouldn't really say that's a comfortable spot to be in. But on the other hand, TRZ as well. They were having a decent performance yesterday. Yeah. They got a solid chicken dinner in their hands with 16 elimination points. I'm looking for them to stay consistent today as well, because in the later games, TRZ were not looking that consistent.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. TRZ started off quite nicely, but then again, the momentum wasn't carried forward. But talk about momentums, and in fact, talk about momentums being broken. That is what yesterday was all about, because IHC also took a tumble down. We saw them breaking into the top 5 the day prior, but yesterday wasn't really their day. TRZ, as you talked about them, Necro, if you remember, they started the day in the bottom 3 and ended up finishing it in the top 12. Now, the only way is up for them. But they're not going to be the only ones hoping to do that. 1952, as we talked about them, as soon as we started the day off, before yesterday, they were looking so good, so solid in their performance, in their run, the fights, the rotations, everything was just on point. But yesterday's day was not good for them at all. They went from being a team in the top 5. They were looking so close to taking down the players of T2K. They dropped. And talking about T2K, they also took a massive tumble, which I'm going to be honest, I really did not expect.
Yeah, even T2K fell down, and they did not just fell down small. They fell down big positions right there. They were on second position at the start of the day, and then later on we saw them on 6th spot. And that is a big fall off in my opinion, because later on we also saw Skylightz Gaming climbing up slowly and steadily, and Skylightz Gaming has found themselves in the top 5 as well. So that is quite impressive. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look at the team performances, because this is going to be something that will really matter. DRS yesterday, they had a big off a day, and they were having a big day as well yesterday, so it makes a lot of sense that we are seeing those graphs up and down. But later on in the 11th and 12th game, they were just solid.
Exactly. So ladies and gentlemen, 3 days of the PMPL, 4 matches per day. Those are the numbers that you're seeing on your screen. Day number 1, DRS had quite a decent start. They had 2 good matches, 2 matches where they blundered up. Not a lot to be happy about, but not a lot to be sad about as well. Day number 2 was where we saw them hurt and we saw them bleed every single game. It wasn't really going their way, but yesterday, DRS, well, they were just a bunch of magicians instead of soldiers, because even in this game of Sanhok, it was a 2v4 situation, and somehow these lads managed to make it into the top 2.
Yeah, and I just love this pipe battles, man. It was one of the most fun things out there, because we've never really seen that sort of an area being used before, and finally to see that in action, I just love to see it. But yeah, DRS overall had a really solid day. You brought it up to the action as well. You brought it to the eyes as well that first day is usually the day where teams try to test the waters, and later on is where they try to take things a little bit more serious. And DRS on day 3, they realized there's a big void to fill, and that's why they're able to perform that well too. Elementrix on our screens too. We know Elementrix, they had a chicken dinner on the first day, second game, which was Sanhok, and Elementrix, they had a decent start for themselves as well on the first day. Later on, Elementrix not so that great of a thing on day 2, but on day 3, it seemed like Elementrix were catching the pace back up, but in 11th and 12th game, they're not really able to stay consistent.
Yeah, definitely. As you said, I completely agree with that. That it was those last 2 matches that resulted in Elementrix just being a step behind from the rest of the competition, but I don't have a lot to complain about here. I'm going to be honest with about that as well, because overall, if you look at that, Elementrix are doing pretty well for themselves. They have a decent position in the league rankings, they have a decent position in the overall rankings, and they don't have a lot to worry about. Even if it worst comes to worst, they will be moving forward to the limit game, and they will have a decent ranking for week 1. Week number 2, the rankings are going to change anyway. The groups are going to get shuffled anyway, so they don't really have a lot to worry about. It is going to be a comfortable position for them. The only thing that I would like to see a little bit more from the side of Elementrix is that early game action. But that might just not be their play style. So if it's not something that they're comfortable with, I think avoiding that is definitely going to be the smarter choice. Don't listen to me on that. I'm going to make unusual demands from the player. Yeah, go for a fight, go for a 1v4, run into a 1v3 with a card, and, well, have your teammate just drop a Molotov on everyone, stuff like that.
That has happened. That has happened. That has happened yesterday. Yeah, we did see a lot of those moments as well. We did see a lot of team grief moments. But speaking about that, a big announcement for all the Nepali fans out there. We have a nice series lined up for you guys. F in the chat, and there's a nice trailer as well. So check it out.
त्यस्तो रोमियो भनेर म एकदम लजाउने लजालु टाइपको त्यस्तो कहानी त केही छैन हौ एलन वर्कर यो त PUBG मोबाइल टिम नेपाललाई धेरै धेरै धन्यवाद।
Okay, trust me on this. This is going to be super fun. It's dropping tonight, ladies and gentlemen, on the PUBG Mobile Esports South Asia's YouTube channel right after this broadcast is done. So you better be prepared. After you are done watching us, go check out this episode of F in the Chat, episode number 1, hosted by our lovely friend Ansh, who's going to be there as well. But moving forward, talking about what is going to happen immediately after is, ladies and gentlemen, the matches are going to begin. Once again, we have 3 Erangels in the day, 1 Miramar, 1 Sanhok. We're going to be starting things off on Erangel. Then we have Miramar as match number 2, 2 Erangels back-to-back after that. And the day is going to come to an end with a map of Sanhok today. The group rotations do remain the same, though. We have the first match being played by groups A, B, C, and D. And that, Necro, brings me to my next question. You know what it is?
What?
What's your prediction?
You go first, all right? Listen, yesterday I started first. Now it's
Yeah.
your time to start first. So go ahead, Johnny.
Why?
Which team?
I'm already leading.
You are leading, so I
Yeah,
still want to give you
that
the
means
edge.
you're just gonna copy my answer and just be like, oh, we won.
I would never do that. That's something that I would never do.
You never know.
Because it's digging my own grave, pretty much.
Why?
No, because your predictions are most of the times wrong.
Oh yeah, I mean, I don't see it.
All right. You know what? I'll go first. I'm gonna go with what about DEADEYES, guys? Seems like a good choice to me. Game 1. What do you say?
D is going to be a decent choice. I mean, they have the momentum, they have the skills, and they have showcased in the last first 2 days, in fact, that they will be competing for the top spot as well. So D is going to be a good pick. I, on the other hand, would like to go with, let's say, all right, I'll go with Elementrix.
Okay.
The first game.
Elementrix, I mean, yeah. So far, the momentum is rolling in their court, but yesterday we also saw an 11th and 12th game. They were not really able to perform that great. So hopefully the consistency is there today. That's what we're going to expect. But Elementrix, they are able to rise up to the occasion. Now it's all up to them if they're going to be able to hold the spot they've got in the overall rankings.
But here's the thing that worries me, right? Erangel has never been that map where they have shown the maximum consistency. It's always been the other maps. It's always been the likes of Sanhok is where they do quite decent. Consistently, they do quite decent. Miramar is one of those maps where we see them pop off every now and then again. Erangel is either they will pop off in a big way where they will literally just go on a rampage the entire time and just get a lot of finishes for themselves, get a lot of picks. The points are going to look very, very nice, or either they will take an early exit and get it over with. So there is no in between for them, and that is something that is a worrisome situation. But hey, I feel like I'm gonna get lucky tonight, and it is gonna be because of Elementrix, because they will make sure that that counter of 3 is gonna go up to 4 now.
Okay, Johnny, I see you flexing a little bit here and there. You know, if you've always followed the boxing scene, people usually who trash talk the most, They are the
Yep.
one who go down the most as well. So you can talk, you can be as egoistic as you want, Johnny, but at the end
Really,
of the
yeah.
day, I'm gonna win. All right, I'm gonna win. I'm gonna just stay quiet. I'm gonna let my silence speak. I'm a man of few words.
You can't be a man of few words. We are,
When you're casting,
yeah, we're
That
supposed
doesn't
to be
work.
shoutcasters.
Yeah, it doesn't work, guys. I'm just kidding. All right, it doesn't work. We're not really man of few words, but yeah. With that being said, Johnny, the first
Yep.
game should be up on our screen soon. And before that, we also need to talk about one more team, and I feel like they
Yes.
really deserve a lot of spotlight and a lot of attention, which is Deadeye's Warriors.
Oh yeah, D Warriors. I mean, you stole the words out of my mouth. I love you for that. Yes, D Warriors, very impressive. Day number 1, they were a little bit quiet, but yesterday we saw them in a
Yeah.
phenomenal form. They made it into the top 5 in a very nice manner. And as you so wonderfully pointed out yesterday as well, it is one of those teams that you will never see make those flashy plays. They are going to
Yeah.
be playing under the radar. You don't notice it until we are in the top 3, the top 4 of a match, and all of a sudden, all 4 players of D Warriors just pop up out of nowhere.
And the big advantage they have is that these 4 players are new. They're rookies.
Yes.
No one knows how they're going to be playing inside the battlefield. Even if we're sitting over here, we don't know. The players as well are going to have no clue because these are 4 set of new players. What sort of a strategy is going through their minds? No one's going to have any sort of an idea unless if you sit back at home and done some homework beforehand. I'm pretty sure these players have played scrims as well in the past, but in scrims, usually these teams don't tend to show their true strategies.
Now, the question that I have for not you, Necro, but for our audience is, which team are you guys supporting, though? We have talked about a lot of teams right now. We have given away our predictions, but it's time for you guys to predict as well. We're not right now, but during the game, there's going to be an option. What you can do is, in the chat, you have to type vote
F.
space the tag of your team. No F in the chat. We'll do that right after the game again. But ladies and gentlemen, vote space the tag of the team that you're going to be voting for, and we do show those live counters in between the matches every now and then. For the last few days, people were showing a lot of love to the side of Deadeyes guys, and because of which I think they were doing well. Yesterday we saw the momentum shift. We saw DE drop down in the audience prediction, and we saw DE not perform in the games as well. So maybe if you guys show them some love again, Necro's counter is going to go up.
Oh, maybe, yeah. Deadeye's Warriors is definitely a solid choice, and if I'm not wrong, in the upcoming game, I should go with Deadeye's Warriors as well. But again, the problem is
Didn't
that
you pick
Stalwart
DE
Esports
right now?
realizes. I know. No, I
Yeah.
didn't pick DE right now. I picked Deadeye's guys.
Yeah,
I'm speaking
Deadeyes
of-
guys.
I'm speaking of picking DE Warriors, though. But
Oh.
again, the problem here, Johnny, is that Stalwart Esports as well realizes now there's a big threat lingering on top of them in the overall rankings, and they cannot afford to screw around anymore. They need to have the game faces on. So today we're going to see a complete different godlike Stalwart compared to yesterday. With that being said, the first game of the day is on our screens, where the plane flat path is going to start from Fairpier all the way to Siverny. And Johnny, my friend, you want to talk about something here?
Well, I mean, it's going to be quite interesting to see how the early game is going to go. The plane path smack in the center of the map. Not a lot of trouble for the teams, even if they want to land to the extremities, be it the western edge or the eastern edge. You will have comfortable drop locations to get those vehicles and go for the rotations to your preferred looting spots. But the interesting thing right now is where the circle will be. Again, we have been talking about the fact that we want to see those northern circles, like towards the shooting range. We got one towards the Yasnaya city. I want to see a northwestern circle towards either the Georgia Pole containers or the Georgia Pole city. If I get extremely lucky today, maybe in fact you guys will enjoy this as well. We get a circle towards the extreme northwestern edge of the map, specifically that northern Georgia city Zarki situation is going to be super fun to watch, but it's going to be up to the gods of PUBG Mobile, and well, we have a central circle.
Oh, we love to see it. Love to
Really?
see it. Look, now,
Yeah.
the thing is that I am usually a man of aggression. The only reason I said I would love to see a central circle here is because first game is going to be really passive, and there's a lot on line
Yeah.
for the players. I love to see it in the perspective of players because they really do need a circle like this, and they need a fair game. They do not really want to see a circle that is completely favored on one side, and then they will need a new rotate, and which will be mainly sometimes based on RNG as well.
Well, definitely agree with that, but let's see what the game will hold for us, because it's up to the players in the end to showcase what they have planned out. On our screens right now is a team that we have a lot of expectations from, but up until now, they failed to perform A1 Esport. Day number 1 was, well, not really going their way. Day number 2, we saw some signs of life, but yesterday, it seems like it was day 1 all over again. They were struggling in every single game. We did see a pop-up performance that we wanted after the sort of momentum that A1 Esport had built for themselves on day number 2, but hopefully the reset that they have had has made them realize what was lacking, and today we're going to see them in a play like a completely different bunch of lads.
And that's what we want to see here. That's what we're here to see as well. Playing like a complete different game, especially if we talked about this. If something's not really working out, it's okay to switch around some strategies, and it's completely fine to do so as well. And some teams hopefully are doing that too, because again, we were speaking about how A1 Esports, things have been looking really grim for them. I want to see a little bit of new strategies being utilized from their side too, because this sort of a drop, okay, A1 Esports, it's understandable. You guys don't really have like a proper city to drop in. Every single city at this point is accumulated or at least acquired by a lot of teams around you. So even if you do want to drop around in some small compounds and loot, at least be careful. There's a big chance you might be countered because you guys have a big split. If at least one team, they notice this and they do their research on this one, it's not going to be that big of a deal for them to just counter that one single solo man who's separated away from the team.
Yeah, definitely agree with that. I mean, if they have worked upon the fact that Elementrix is always going to be on the other side of the bridge, that they land quite close to, they can go for some sort of early commitment, try and pick up a few points earlier on in the game, and make the situation a little bit easier for them to manage. Because Elementrix Elementrix is a very difficult team to beat if they have all 4 of their players alive, but with a man down, they seem to struggle, well, quite a lot. So it is going to be a fight that works out in their favor. But A1 Esport, I feel like they do like to take their own sweet time in the early stages. They don't want to prioritize the fact that they don't want to prioritize any sort of early game aggression. And in this center circle, once again, we see them go for an early 2-2 split with 2 lads pushing quite aggressively to find a cover position towards the center part of the map, towards the center of the circle, while the other 2 lads stay behind just to keep Elementrix in check. And as soon as the lads from Elementrix are going to show up, these 2 are going to abandon their spot, join their teammates inside the zone. But we'll have to see if a fight is going to break out in these early stages of the game. Ladies and gentlemen, we went to the military base before this. We saw the players of DW. Now, it looked like, had decided already that they wanted to move out of the military base. But as we move to the Nova Rope now, containers, now we have the lads of Godlike Stalwart on our screens. Quite happy in their drop spot, it seems like.
He's admiring the wall.
And he has fresh fruits in his back, apparently.
Oh, yeah. I love fruits, you know, especially considering that I'm on a diet recently. So, yeah,
nice.
fruits have kind of been my lifeline. But with that being said, 1952 is the only team that is really close to the players of A1 Esports, and there's a big chance if they do want to go for the counter push, they can. They can try to stop A1 Esports in their routes, but I don't think so that's going to be the game plan here. At least they'll try and take risk this early inside a game. Again, would be a big gamble too, so you don't really want to take that gamble early off, unless if you're going to be really sure about wrapping up some points easily. As I said, if one man is isolated, you can go for it. If 4 players just push that one single player, he's not going to have any sort of a chance. But if those players are grouped up, then it's not a good idea. With that being said, nothing really is happening yet on the map as well. Dax, again, all the way on top right. They are taking things really slow, still going for the loot. And this is what's going to happen when it's a centralized circle. Teams don't really need to adjust quite a lot.
Yeah.
The only teams that need to adjust is going to be Deadeye's Warriors and Stalwart Esports, which are all the way down south, and maybe TRZ too.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. I mean, central circle, you don't really see a lot of early game aggression. There's a few fights happening mid-game, but late game is what it is all about. But that means that in the late game, there are going to be a lot more bodies for you to deal with than you anticipated. We have, well, I've seen like, 40+ players remaining during the post-21 minute marker, and it becomes very hectic to move around in situations like that. It also sort of depends upon where the circle is headed. If we see central shift after central shift, if the circle is going to go towards the Pochinki city, I'm going to fall in love with this game, because that is going to mean that we already have a little bit of a cluster forming around the Pochinki area towards School, Rozhok, Pochinki. We have, I believe, around 5 to 7 teams in those positions already. And when the rest of the squads that have been playing from the edges of the maps are going to start to close in, it is going to be a very irritating scenario for all the teams in the center. But it seems like Spooky from the side of CL eSport has spotted out Jane in the distance and now is just jump peeking from behind this wall to check as to where his rival is going to be. But from the distance, he's going to take a nasty shot. It hit his leg, I guess, because not a lot of damage was dished out. Spooky is still going to be pretty healthy.
Oh no, look at this man. Oh, what is this angle? Oh boy, he's actually shooting him through the grass like little pixels. Oh boy, he's got some X-ray vision right there. He's got some eagle eyes for sure. But T2K, again, another one of those teams where we're speaking about the downfall, how the downfall is looking like from day 2 to day 3. The consistency is not really able to flow through. Again, what's going to matter is you being in that bonus game. That bonus game is going to mean quite a lot. That means top 12 is the goal here, at least for the week 1. Tomorrow, 6 games will be played too. So, again, that should help them out quite a lot. Overall, we haven't really seen any sort of actions, just teams really scouting each other out. Central Circle means at the start, teams will need to play for some vital information, and that's what exactly is going to happen. Wherever you've found yourself a spot, try to scout the surrounding area and make sure you have as much as info as gathered possible, and that's what even T2K are going out for. Stalwart Esports finally leaving the military base, and they are on a move too. Deadeye's Warriors, there's a big chance they might just clash against the players of Stalwart Esports.
Well, there is a possibility of the two teams colliding against each other mid-rotation, but another collision that is going to be quite exciting to witness is going to be one between DRS and Stalwart Esport, along with the players of DEW, because it looks like both the teams, godlike Stalwart and DE Warriors, are going to head towards that North Noy Bridge. Elementrix, they have started to move in towards the zone as well, along with the lads from the side of TRZ. DAX are going to be quite happy for a while, as you guys can see on the map. They have that Severny position under their control, but they are moving south towards the lads of T2K. Assault taking a lot of damage. This is going to be a very weird rotation from the side of Dax. Assault switching up gears and trying to, in fact, go behind the cover of those buildings, but he's not going to get there as he gets caught off guard. In fact, surrounded everywhere from the lads of T2K, and Assault will be taken down. Legend getting the finish over there. Jane getting the point for the finish as he was the one who secured the knock. And Dax are down 1 lad already. That's the first blood of the game.
I didn't know it was Jane's birthday today. He's already receiving gifts. Okay. That being said, Dax just gifting away point to Jane, which is T2K now. They already have 1 point available there. It's not actually Jane's birthday, but I just wanted to set up for like the gift that was being given away from the side of Dax. It was a free point and a free elimination too on the board. Finally, we're seeing some sort of action here. IC now up against the players at T2K. This might be a big brawl that should not be missed. IC is all by himself, isolated inside the house. Positions compromised as well, and his vehicle too is not going to be of any sort of use just yet. Legend though, he might try to fall back in this one. And yeah, IC, they're on a move too. IC will need to move away from this spot. Finally secures the vehicle. He realizes that the players are on the other side, so he cannot afford to keep the vehicle on that side too. Needs to move it away. Does hear a lot of audio cues, but doesn't exactly know how to react. Needs to stay inside the house. It is the safest bet they can take. And as I mentioned, there's a big chance between these two teams colliding, which is Deadeye's Warriors and godlike Stalwart. And that's what exactly is happening. Godlike Stalwart losing out on a player. This is definitely a collision to look out for.
Well, but let's
Observers!
see.
Observers! There's a fight! There's a big fight happening! Please!
Yeah, I don't think we're gonna go there anytime soon. But we do hear a few more gunshots there. Necro, I can't see your face, but I imagine you're crying right now. Are you crying?
Dude, I am about it. Like, there's literally a tear falling off. Oh, that's my sweat. My bad.
I did not see that coming.
But Where? Finally, I mean, they've already lost out on their IGL. Pika not inside the game anymore. Godlike Stalwart, a big punch in the gut from the side of Deadeye's Warriors. And that's a big blow too. How are Godlike Stalwart now going to recover from this? Going to be kicking things off with a three-man squad inside this game. I mean, it's not something that's pretty new, but again, difficulty level will be amped up considering things haven't been looking that great for Godlike Stalwart since yesterday.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, as you said, things have not been working out and it is going to get quite difficult for them. But to be honest, it is godlike Stalwart. I don't think they like to do things the easy way as well. With Pika out of the picture, though, they have lost the man who was solely responsible for most of the survival points that the team used to get. Now, all the three aggressors remain. So it's going to be quite interesting to see how Stalwart decide to switch things up from here on out. Because with Pika, as I mentioned earlier, he likes to stay back. He likes to play in the back lines. We'll talk about that a little bit later as we do see action moving towards the players of DEW. And is this going to be a revenge fight that this man is going to initiate? He never backs down from any situation. DEW right in front. The buggy is not stopping or slowing down. And as he goes across the ridge, he sees the vehicles from the side of the players of DEW, deciding not to take shots out in the open. A smart decision from the side of action. He's going to find some cover for himself from where he can scout out the surroundings and also have his teammates join in on the action. But on the other side, DRS Gyanthe trying to take down the lads from TRZ. The shots not connecting. The spray completely whiff, and TRZ get away.
They indeed do, but DRS as well. They really do want these elimination points in their hands. TRZ, they're looking to get away from this one. Rules OG has been the casualty already. A three-man squad looking to name something on their side here. Is it going to be easy, though? That's the real question. DRS on a move outside the blue. The damage as well will be taken here, but they have enough amount of meds to try and tank through. It's not going to be that big of a deal for them. But again, a decent amount of teams have already taken casualty, and the upcoming circle is already getting to start filled up with a lot of teams, so you cannot afford to make a late rotation. There are a couple of teams, as we saw, DRS and TRZ, which will be the late comers, but there are a lot of Guardian Angels on the edge lines.
Well, let's see how this fight is going to go. 1952 against the players of Gremlin Storm. In fact, it's not even the entire team. It's Rowdy and Dictator just caught in that dip, that bold little situation right there. And they are getting naded quite heavily. In fact, Dictator getting pushed upon from Jackson entry. Now, this is a bad move because the other two lads from the side of Gremlin Storm are right behind them. And 1952, they get punished for this with Jax down, entry on his knees as well. Gremlin Storm, they have a massive advantage in this fight, and the momentum is going to be with these lads as well. Dictator taking down one more. 1952 down to the last lad, and out in the open, Devil Boy, get ready to meet the demons themselves, as he's going to be finished off, just standing there with a sliver of HP. Nowhere left to go. A squad wipe.
Oh my god. Wow. That's a quick one too.
Yeah.
Gremlin Storm just doing some light work in 1952. That's a big elimination at the lobby. We were speaking of how the downfall has been looking like for 1952, and now it's just going to add on some more pain on their side. Raw. Inside Raw's Hawk, sharing the same city with the players of High Voltage. Speaking about teams that are on an uphill climb, which is High Voltage too.
Necro, I want to talk about that fight. Absolutely no need to overcommit first of all on just two players that you see out in the open. Also, I don't know how they got this information that the left side of the dip was going to be clear. Why they decided to push from the left and not from the right, because that would have been a safer option. They had their own teammate on this side. Would have been much easier cover fire.
Again, first of all, in my opinion, if a fight is out in the open, there's no need to take it unless if you have a safe cover. But if you need to push out of that cover to take the fight, then it's not affordable, even if it's one guy. I would just say let it be. The guy's out in the open. If you're going to push to the open space, that means there's a big chance you're taking a big gamble right there. You never know where you're going to get shot at from. You never know when the third party will be there, especially this late inside the game when you know there's a lot of teams up and alive still. Cannot afford a gamble. With that being said, IHC, so far they have all the four players alive. IHC and Godless, they've taken big hits, but now the next circle is going to shift on top of Rosehawk. Also covering a little bit of land above it. There's still a little bit of mysterious aura being created if the next circle is going to be taking a big shift up north, or is it going to shift down south once again. But now the problem for the teams up north is going to be IHC. They themselves will be quite confused. If the circle does shift down south, then IHC will have a big problem to rotate inside.
Well, for now, the lads from the side of DE, Deadeye's guys, are going to be the happiest of the bunch, because as long as the circle is going to be on top of Rozhok, they're going to be the most comfortable team inside of the lobby. It's their home. It's where they drop. It's where they start the game, and they know every single nook and cranny of the entire terrain. But on the feed, we did see the lads from Godlike Stalwart in a little bit of action. It was, I believe, Action, in fact, getting knocked out. And it's going to be quite difficult for him to be getting a revive as well, since Top and Scry are a little too far away. We do see the car in the air.
WIZZES and Dax. Look at Octopus just underneath the water, hoping that no one's going to spot him out. I mean, as long as he is underneath the water and as long as he has meds to cover his HP, that's all it's going to matter. Because he definitely is burning through a lot of meds. Dax so far just underneath the breach, making sure no one's going to spot him just yet. And the bridge is their saving grace. If the circle does shift away from them, then Dax will need to move out, and that's when Dax will be in the biggest trouble possible. But so far, a lot of fights are happening all across the board, as TDK as well are getting engaged in the fight against the players of Deadeye's Warriors. This is a big fight, should not be missed as well, but we're definitely missing it out.
Well, but let's see Godless now from the side of IHC. He's out in the open on the northern edge of the circle. And well, the zone moves away from them. Now it's across the river. And IHC, they need to be wary of the fact that DRS and T2K are going to be extremely close to them. And if they rotate a little too early, they risk getting shot in the back. DRS, though, taking a swan dive, the entire team in the water. Action from the side of Godlike Stalwart is going to be finished off. Well, there he goes. Now DRS, as we talked about them a little bit earlier, taking heavy fire even underwater.
Yeah, the vehicle was almost about to blow up. They ejected out in the right time. Nirzet from the side of Deadeye's Warriors gets drowned inside the water. Still knocked out though. There's a little glimmer that he might be able to come back to life. But Raw officials, all the teams that are inside the Rozhok currently, they're looking pretty safe. But it's Elementrix now looking to enter inside the territory of A1 eSports. They want to breach in this defense. They want to make sure that this defense crumbles down. But it's now all down to Gajur and Koa to try and save Hitman. But the nades from the side of Elementrix too are going to be way too strong. Inside that house, Gajur overstepping his boundaries, might just be spotted by Yuta Uta. Yuta Uta is closing in way too close. Finally, the fight breaks down. Gajur goes down. Koa trying his best to save it, but the hands are too busy with the utilities as Yuta Uta will take care of the second man too. Now it's all down to Hitman. As always, A1 eSports easily getting dismantled by the teams in the front lines. Hitman, though, is trying his best to steal some elimination points away, and he's managed to knock out two players. Might just get on his wall. Hitman wipes him out all by himself. The man who saves the day for A1 eSports.
What did we just see? What did he just pull off? Hitman, being an absolute madman, just goes ahead and destroys single-handedly the entirety of Elementrix. How did they not win that? It was I believe it was 1v3 or a 1v4, and he took on all of them, armed with nothing but a UMP and his wits. Now let's see, is Dan one team before? Can he eliminate the side of Deadeye's guys as well? But no! Oh no, that was so anticlimactic. I hate that.
He held those steps perfectly. He played that staircase area perfectly. Yeah. That is the only way to win a fight. I've seen a lot of 1v4s going down in the past as well in that exact same sort of a staircase. If you're able to hold it and play it perfectly, if you're not able to panic, then that's going to be a perfect way to position yourself in a 1v4. But I see Alex getting caught off guard, unfortunately, underneath the bridge lines once again. As we have all two now straight up booking it. As I mentioned, if the circle does shift down south, it's going to be a big problem for all the teams who were up north, and now that is exactly what's happening. Octopus as well, just tossing in some utilities, hoping that maybe the players of ITC are not going to be able to climb in, but that's not going to be the case. Octopus instead manages to find one. Alex as well goes down. ITC, things are looking quite grim for them.
Well, things are looking grim for everyone basically right now. It's massive cluster as we talked about in the early game stages. It's 22-minute marker, 10 teams, 31 players remaining. And just because the fact that this awkward little shoreline is going to be part of the structure as well. A position, a slope that no one can, well, no one can't really fight upon. Teams will try to avoid it, try and go a little bit wide. Play along with the blue and try and move into the zone that way. But let's see, DE against TRZ now. 2 lads remaining, Mamba and Razor. In the meanwhile, Godlike Stalwart, they take an exit from the game. TRZ against DE, 2v4 for now. Madcat in the distance, taking on the lads of T2K. And in fact, does find Sundays. That's going to be an important pick.
Yeah, an important one indeed. Dax, though, they're still trying to fight back. TRZ, unfortunately, now they're getting invaded by the players of Deadeye's. And this is something TRZ cannot ignore. Deadeye's, guys, is not a team you can just ignore like that. A solid team, looking pretty solid in the overall rankings, too. So they have the stats to back it up. But Deadeye's, guys, no intentions of backing away from this compound. Turulov was knocked out, but it's not going to be that big of a deal for them to get him back up on his feet. And that's what exactly is happening. Nade Parade from the other side. TRZ trying their best, giving all they have to try and save the day for themselves. But so far, it seems next to impossible. Mamba as well, sticking the res on the fallen player. Rare back up on his feet. The floor is lava on the second floor. So Deadeye's guys as well, not really pushing up just yet, but they do! Chari is way too impatient, will push up just like that. Raw aggression works out for them. And Deadeye's guys, they're just gonna shut down those 2 players in the building. TRZ now down is just that one last man alive.
Well, let's see, DE. They have survived this one before as well, and as I said, if it's a circle headed towards the Rozhok City, then you can't really take the win away from the... There is a high possibility this is going to be their game, but let's see. They are under a lot of heavy pressure right now. First, dealing with the lads of TRZ, and now Raw stepping out of nowhere. Just dishing out that extra damage and delaying them for as long as possible should be enough to swing the momentum away from this team, but they are going to go for a push. TRZ, they are going to be finished off soon. Madcat, he's just hiding in the corner, has mollied the stairs to deny the push to the lads of DE, forcing Trulov to go for the first aid, as he did step into the fire for just a smidge. But now all the players coming in, he's going to try and pull out what Hitman just did a few moments earlier, but he's going to be cornered in, takes down 2, but again, shot in the back! Let them finish, please, for the love of God, let this get it over with. I hate it now.
Dude, the third parties have been insane, but you got to give props to a team like Deadeye's, guys. The aggression is definitely amped up. They're getting way too impatient for these fights, and they really do want the blood on their hands, too. See the last glimmer of hope eliminated as well as TDK. They have 2 players up and alive still inside the game. A big chance for a chicken dinner, too. But High Voltage, the patience paying off. The position they had right off the bat. High Voltage did not really need to adjust quite a lot there, but they have played it and defended it perfectly. And now they have all the 4 players up and alive. The team that has the most man and the man advantage is with them too. Gremlin Storm, the closest, looking to creep and crawl up, but they also need to check their backlines too because there's T2K available.
Well, down to the top 4, 12 players still surviving. I tried to say alive and surviving at the same time. Didn't really sound right. Well, let's see. High Voltage spotting out the players of Gremlin Storm now. But getting taken out by T2K instead. Dictator is going to be a happy man because of that, because it just bought him a lot of extra time. But no, T2K, they just wanted that elimination for themselves. Sitting on 9 eliminations at this point in the game, with Rick getting taken out. Jane is going to be under heavy pressure now. High Voltage, Malik was knocked out a few moments earlier. He's going to be finished off with a nade from Jane. Assassin knocked out as well, so Jiggle and Prabil still remaining. Jane finally knocked out, and he's going to be finished off as well.
Yeah, TDK out the game. A clean sweep on them too. High Voltage looking like the cleanup crew. Now it's time to clean up the players of Raw, as Raw are going to be the upcoming contenders against them. The challengers are approaching. It's a 3-on-4 situation. High Voltage I just have a big advantage, but no, the opening's already being found. Raw, they're looking all-time high. All the guts on these players are looking really good. I'll scratch that. It was a 2-on-3 situation, and Raw already having a big advantage. Now it's all down to Jiggle. The IGL himself catches one. Might just get the second one too, but no, it's going to be the answer. The second one retaliates back in his style, and that's going to be it for High Voltage. High Voltage out the game, and chicken dinner secured by the players of Raw.
Well, that is an impressive win from these bunch of lads, because they were nowhere near, and they were definitely in an uncomfortable position from the closing parts of the match, but they still managed to walk away with the 15 points for the chicken dinner and the 12 eliminations as well. A climb up to the top 6 for the Raw officials, but this was just the first game of the day. We still have 4 more matches remaining, and it's going to be quite interesting to see where they finish. But I'm very upset about this game, Necro. We saw 2 close to impossible clutches, both of them in a single match, and we didn't get to see them till completion because of those third parties, people getting shot through the windows, man.
But we saw one though. We saw one from Hitman.
Yeah.
We saw one from Hitman, and that was pretty satisfying too. Hitman, congratulations on that clutch. Hopefully that lifts your team's morals up as well, and hopefully that gives your team a big confidence booster, because right now, you guys really need it too. And I'm requesting the fans too. Guys, do not hate on any of the teams that are not doing good. Give them a chance. They're already going through a tough time. If you're going to hate them, that means it's going to bring their mentality down even more. So you got to make sure you're supporting them and helping them as much as possible. With that being said, it's time for us to take a short break. We'll be right back. Well, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. I'm back, and welcome back to you guys too. I mean, the game has definitely been quite incredible. We're having a little bit of technical issues with Johnny, but he will be joining us soon too. But with that being said, the first game is already out the gate, and we saw some incredible outcomes too. The Circle as well played some cruel games. We saw a lot of decent amount of early action, I would say. I mean, it was not that early, but we saw the collision between the players of Godlike Stalwart and Deadeye's Warriors, where Deadeye's Warriors were able to shut down the player. But in the end, it was the players of Raw, a really well-needed chicken dinner too, and they were quite desperate for it, and they finally got it too. So I would say that was really something that Raw needed, a big bounce back moment from them, but there's still quite a lot of teams that we're looking forward to and hoping that maybe they themselves will bounce back too. With that being said, the MVP of the previous game is going to be Sus from the side of Raw with 5 elimination points and 2 knockouts and 26:01 survival time and 1 headshot with the damage dealt of 702. He's done a fantastic job, and Sus, I mean, definitely deserves to be there. But Raw, with the way they played that one, controlled aggression, not really overstepping their boundaries, instead letting the other teams fight it out and then maybe trying to make the move, and that's what has really worked out perfectly. It did seem like at the final moments that High Voltage might just get it in their hands, but that was not the case. The fight between TDK was something that was really kind of hurtful for the players of High Voltage. It did not really work that flawlessly in their favor, but even though they were able to wipe them out the game, so that's what really does matter. High Voltage with that second spot, I'm pretty sure they have managed to secure a decent amount of points, but not as many points as they really do need considering their overall rankings. Yesterday, they were looking pretty okay, but then later on, the consistency was not really able to follow it up. Player focus in front of you guys too, as Sus is on the first, of course, with 5 elimination points. Inkas from the side of Raw too with 4 elimination points. Jane will be there too with 4 elimination points and 775 points. Hitman, an incredible clutch inside that building, holding that staircase perfectly and playing that moment like a champ. Then you have Rowdy too from the side of GSM playing this one perfectly with 4 elimination points and damage still of 505. We saw a little bit of unfortunate circumstances too from a couple of teams just pushing out in the open like that. Did not really work out that well, but hopefully in the upcoming games they're able to learn from their mistake and not really replicate the same thing in the future stages too. Match summary of the previous game. As we know, of course, highest elimination. Sus is going to be taking that trophy. Then you have Inkas coming in with 849 damage dealt. Then you have highest assist too of 3, and then you have highest healing done of 550. Octopus is going to be the one to steal it away from that one. Killer YT with 465, of course, and then you have Assassin with 356. As I mentioned, High Voltage, a decent game, but not really outing they wanted, because High Voltage is not a team that would settle down for a second or third spot. They like to be the champs, but unfortunately, this PMPL, things have been looking quite rough for them. Now, match rankings. Of course, Raw was the one who won that game with 12 elimination points. They're looking phenomenal so far. TDK on the second spot. We were speaking of TDK's downfall. Finally, they're able to kick things off on a decent note. This is going to help them quite a lot in the future run up, at least today. GSM2, Gremlin Storm, a decent outing for them with 8 points and 9 elimination. Total points 17. High Voltage, as I mentioned, a decent outing from them. But the problem here is that Seal. Seal is one of those teams, or at least Seal is one of those organizations that is really well known for winning these league stage games all the time. Even the previous PMPL, Seal were the one who won the league stage of the PMPL, but this time it's not the same Seal. Of course, we know the 4 lads have changed up to MABETEX eSports, and MABETEX eSports was, so far things haven't been looking that great. Speaking about Stalwart, Godlike Stalwart 2, Godlike Stalwart, unfortunately, they took a fight against the players of Deadeye's Warriors, or even Deadeye's Warriors took a fight against the players of Godlike Stalwart, and they lost out on a player early off. Johnny's finally back, and yes! I'm glad to see you, Johnny.
Yeah, but you ignored me when I was on camera.
I gotta ignore you sometimes, man.
What?
Because why not? No. What? Why would I love you?
Well, I mean, I was just too upset about the fact that I did not get to see my clutch is the 1v4s that we are about to witness to completion. So I went and done something about it, but let's see. Hopefully we get to see a few more 1v4s in the next match. But this game was very intense. It was very interesting from the start till the very end. First of all, the circle split between the two, the northern island and the main island, is always going to be a gamble for the IGLs. They have to decide early where they want to play from. Then in the late game stages, if the circle decides to abandon one spot from that Rozhok River and just switch to the other side, if it just completely moves up north, or if it shifts south, then it's going to put the other lads in some trouble. But this time around, I mean, Raw definitely just positioning themselves in a phenomenal way. Props where props are due. They were just bang on the money, doing everything right in this particular game. Look at that, 2,333 damage dished out for 12 finishes.
Yeah, definitely some incredible numbers are being put up, but I'm not going to lie, I really thought that High Voltage are probably going to be the one to win it. They had all the 4 players alive till the final moments too, but the fight with TDK, it's something that really did lead to their demise, because they only had 2 players left alive after that fight. And then Raw took a complete advantage of the fact. Raw knew that the players are quite hurt as well, so Raw instantly third-party that scenario and try to take down the players of High Voltage, not even giving them a space to breathe.
Well, definitely. And if you don't allow the opposition to breathe, then they're going to be dead soon and you're going to be the one left standing, which is the final objective of the game. But, ladies and gentlemen, we do have the second match incoming, and it is going to be played on the map of Miramar. But before that, we do have to find out as to how the rankings are going to be, like the overall rankings, to be a little bit more precise. And with this game, we know that Raw, in fact, made a massive climb up to the top 6. But now, which teams are going to be the ones dropping? What do you think, Necro?
Again, if someone goes up, someone has to go down.
Yes.
Skylightz Gaming did not play the first game, so of course there's going to be a little bit of downfall from their side in the overall rankings too, which is quite understandable. But again, after the first game, we saw Seal not really having that great of a game.
Yes.
We even saw Godlike Stalwart not really having that great of a game. TDK having a fantastic game, so that means they have taken over the first spot as well from the side of Godlike Stalwart. And that's a big, big statement from the side of TDK.
Exactly what I was coming towards. Godlike Stalwart, as you mentioned, that early exit, it's going to haunt them if they aren't able to perform in the remaining 3 matches that they have left now. So it's going to be quite interesting to see as to what their game plan is going to be for this. Because usually when put in a situation like this, the answer that Godlike Stalwart has is a massive, massive chicken dinner with somewhere around 13 to 15 finishes in that particular game. So if they can pull that off once again, it's all good and dandy. Otherwise, they're going to be fighting for the first position again tomorrow, which is going to be the last day of the week.
I don't think so that's going to be the scenario here, Johnny. We know even the first game has slipped away. Godlike Stalwart is not going to let that happen. They're never... They are the kings, and they will be the kings of South Asia at least, because I mean they were on the first page or on the first spot. But I still want to find out, has the first position been taken over by any other team? Because DRS was really close, we know, just 1 point shy. TDK as well are still eyeing out, but unfortunately yesterday a big gap was already made. Yesterday was one of the worst days for TDK, and they were not really able to shine through. So TDK already were down quite bad. So just that one little decent game, I don't think so it's going to help them quite a lot to secure those points, but it should at least cover the distance.
Yeah, it should help them recover and, as you said, close the distance. But let's see overall ranking. Alrighty.
What? Still 1 point?
Still 1 point.
TDK on the 3rd spot. Okay, I thought the first spot would be taken away, but that's not the case.
Yeah.
Godlike Stalwart still somehow barely hanging on that first spot. DRS2 on that 2nd spot. That means DRS did not really have that great of a game as well. So DRS as well, because they did not have a good game, they're still on that 2nd spot right there. TDK having a fantastic game. That's why they boosted themselves up on the 2nd spot. Elementrix, of course, the downfall will be clearly seen as well. MABETEX, not seen there, so that's why the downfall is there. WIZZES Club not really having that great of a game. TRZ, again, questionable approach from their side, but we did see some moments of shine through from them as well. Seal, not really that great of a game. 1952, we saw them getting taken off quite early.
Well, yeah, 1952 getting eliminated earlier on in the game because of a bad push that they made towards the players of Gremlin Storm. Now, 1952 is a team that had the momentum and everything under their control, but it seems like the matches are just slipping away from their fingers. Hopefully, we see them recover today itself. But ladies and gentlemen, talking about the next year, which will be played on the map of Miramar, we won't be seeing the teams from Group D in this particular game, but the teams from Group E will be stepping back, and that means MABETEX is going to be playing these matches.
Ooh, MABETEX eSports back in the action. Now, I was literally having this conversation when you were not really over here. We were having some little difficulties here and there, but when you were not here, I was having this conversation about Seal and MABETEX, you know, the whole scenario that's going on. The entire previous Seal lineup has been shifted over to MABETEX, and how we're used to seeing Seal being the champions of the league stage, because so far, both of these teams, neither Seal, neither MABETEX are even close to that spot.
Yeah, completely agree with that. And as you said, I mean, it feels like the lads, even though it's just the banner that they are playing under, it's going to be different, and a few roster changes here and there. The impact is bigger than we anticipated, or bigger than anyone anticipated it was going to be. It's like the play style has completely changed. But again, anything can happen, anything can go wrong for the other 19 teams that they are competing against, and that can work out in the favor of MABETEX as well. Or maybe MABETEX was just purposefully just taking it slow in the first few days of this league stages of the first week itself, and from today onwards we are going to see them take the fight to the opposition. Because for now, I mean, you can look at it this way. For now, for week 1, all you have to do is just stay in the top 12 while maintaining a decent point average. You don't necessarily have to be in the top 3, be in the top 4, be in the top 2, sit on the first position and all of that. You just have to stay in the top 12 so that you can get extra points from Livik, and also that you have a decent point average. And then in week 2, when you have the understanding of how the opposition are playing, you can play your own real game. But for now, Necro, what is your prediction? Who do you think is going to win in this particular match of Miramar?
Oh, tough one indeed. Tough one indeed. But you know what? I'm going to go with Stalwart Esports. I know. Pretty unique choice, huh? But yeah, I'm going to go with Stalwart Esports. Listen, Johnny, I already called it, okay? I know the stakes are high right now. DRS is really catching up. Only 1 point shy. Stalwart Esports, this is the moment to shine. Come on, don't prove me wrong here.
I think I agree with you on this, but I'm not going to pick Godlike Stalwart. And the reason being, because you picked them, I want to see if it's just me or it's you who is the one cursing the teams. I'm going to go with, well, the lads from DRS. DRS is doing quite decent, and after what happened in the previous game, even though Godlike Stalwart took an early exit, they lost a lot of players. DRS, they tried the level best to capitalize on the point. Was just that swan dive, the eagerness to get those placement points at least that resulted in DRS taking an exit. And this time they're going to be even more patient. And on Miramar, patient, it is going to be rewarded. So let's see what is going to happen. But ladies and gentlemen, with the match all set to begin, we're going to be headed towards the map itself. And there's the plane right there. The plane path leaning heavily towards the eastern side of the map, starting all the way from Los Leones, going towards Campo Militar. And this is going to cause a lot of trouble for the teams that land toward El Pozo, Creative Fields, Monte Nuevo, Chumacera. I want to see what Skylightz Gaming is going to do.
I think so. We're up for some early action here, Johnny, because in El Pozo, two teams like to drop off there. And those two teams, there's a big chance they might just drop in a similar sort of vicinity just to try and gather some recall and go towards El Pozo itself. So we might see a little bit of drop-off or a little bit of drop clash here and there. I'm not sure. It's just a little guess that I'm making because the plane flat path is leaning towards one direction heavily, and that's the right side. But again, something to really speculate over here. Skylightz Gaming is back in action. That means the entire group in which Skylightz Gaming plays is back over here as well. So there's the big chance we might see a little bit of change up in the performances inside this game.
Well, let's see what the switch up is going to be, and in fact what the result of the switch up is going to be. But look at this.
Central circle. Oh no.
Central circle. Yes. So Godlike, why are you saying no? You said Godlike Stalwart. This is their game. This is the zone you needed to win, Necro. The gods of PUBG Mobile are going to be graceful upon you. And also all the teams that land towards San Martin, Hacienda del Patron, Picado, anywhere close to the center of the map. So not a lot of early aggression to be anticipated in this game as well, just like the previous one, but the late game is going to be quite intense. Now look at the northern part of the map, especially the Torre Amuda situation. We have two teams landing there. One is Raw, the other is MABETEX. Janmar, I believe they wanted to go there as well, but now they have realized that there is already, it's getting a little too crowded, and they don't want anything to do with that. So they have moved a little bit down south, and well, that does end up benefiting them in the sense that they are going to be close to the northeastern edge of the zone, and they can gatekeep the other two teams from entering.
They definitely can. There's a big chance they can too, but Godlike Stalwart inside San Martin, as you mentioned, definitely things are looking quite great for them. I forgot which team you went with. Which team did you pick?
I picked DRS.
Okay, yeah. So DRS and Stalwart right next to each other. Come on, fight it. Even though that's not going to happen, but still.
You and I are going to fight now.
Yeah, in real life? Boxing fight? Not a bad idea, Johnny. What do you say?
No, figuratively. You're DRS. Oh, I'm DRS. You're Godlike Stalwart.
It would not be a bad idea to have like a little influence boxing, like, you know?
Yeah,
like the
I'm not fighting.
Matches.
I'm not fighting you.
Why not?
Because I'm 5'7" at max. I think if I just like imagine I'm an inch taller. You're like what, 6'2", 6'3"?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, but I can outrun you. That's the thing.
You forgot about Mike Tyson? His height was not there, but he was still a great
but
fighter.
Mike Tyson also had a lot of muscle.
It's time to gain it, Johnny. Even I need to lose some weight.
Yeah, I'm a gamer. I'm just going to play.
Okay. With that being said, unfortunately, there's already one knockout on the side of Raw. A team that won the previous game. Already starting things off on a bad note. As I mentioned, we're probably going to be seeing some early action, and this is what exactly is happening. MABETEX eSports against the players of Raw. As one player was knocked out, Apex is able to fall back to safely as well. But unfortunately, their territory has been invaded by some uninvited guests.
Well, let's see. Apex. He's still looking. In fact, he's also seeing. We're trying to see where the lads from the side of Raw are going to be. Expecting to get that early point in the game, but not really figured out a way to do it yet. And Raw, they're going to be happy about the fact that they have revived Liquid from a potential early exit. And are now, again, 4-man strong, but it is the city of Torre Amuda. Not a lot of things to do here. And Apex, well, he has figured out what he wants to do. Sees Slipknot running across out in the open. A few shots connect, dropping the opposition down to around 50% HP. But Slipknot makes it, goes for a heal, and now he's on his merry way.
Raw needs to take a little bit of back step here because considering the players of MABETEX, or at least Apex, has a big advantage with the high ground that he's found himself in, but unfortunately, he's all by himself and isolated. The amount of shots he's firing is also giving away his position. All the 4 players, there's a big chance if they do want, they can try to take a fight against this isolated man, but even they themselves, they don't really have a lot of info on the rest of the players of MABETEX. But MABETEX as well, they need to be quick on the cover fire here. If they're not quick, then things might just go south, but you do see Baron finally in the back. The cavalry has arrived.
Well, the backup is here. Apex, he's done his job, delayed this aggression, this counter-aggression, in fact, from the side of Raw for as long as he could, even though he was surrounded from all the different direction. And as you said, Necro, the cavalry is here. So that means Raw, they will be under heavy fire as well. But oh my goodness, Baron, it looks like has been spotted out. If he goes down, then this plan is done. It's going to be MABETEX who will be on the receiving end. And on the wrong end, in fact, of this deal.
Liquid too, trying to position himself in a little bit of off angle. Hoping to maybe catch someone off guard. His cat's stretching out. But yeah, he does hear one player right above him. MABETEX too. Hopefully they're not going to get real complacent inside this fight. They are trying to position themselves pretty well too. And now the tables might just flip because Liquid's all by himself. But fortunately, the players of MABETEX have no clue that Liquid is right here. If Liquid moves even a muscle, his position will be given away, and there's a big chance Apex might just come back for the prey, and there's another player of MABETEX right behind Liquid, so these 2 players can gang up on that. One player finally reveals his position, but finds a knock on Wally. That's a big one, too, to kick things off. Wally will be confirmed here. That means MABETEX eSports an early casualty.
Oh, not really how they thought this fight was going to go. And as I mentioned, if they lose even one player, MABETEX are going to be in a world of hurt. Raw, they need to make sure that they capitalize on the situation, secure all 4 points if possible from this early fight. Baron in the distance. His information has been given away. His position has been given away to the opposition. Apex as well, since he was taking the early fight against the lads from Raw. The first blue zone doing what it should do. The chip damage on the HP bars of the lad, enough. Well, the first aids are not going to be needed. Energy drinks are going to be enough. Painkillers are going to be enough to negate this completely. But let's see how this is going to go. And in fact, which team is going to be walking away from this fight? Incas spotted out by Apex now. Not really in a position to take this fight.
The information is quite vital, Johnny.
Yeah. The moment he gets up, he is getting shot in the face because there are 2 players waiting on the flank.
He's surrounded. He's right in the center too. Look at Raw. Apex, only if you could have stung a second earlier. That could have been a confirmed knockout for you. But at the same time, I don't think so. Firing shots on anyone, unless if you find 2 elimination points, is a good thing. Because you don't have your teammates near you. No one can provide you that cover fire. Position given away. Raw, they really want to slip through this position. Finally strikes. Might find a knockout. He does. Slipknot behind the vehicle, though. He's able to safely crawl back to safety. Where is the cover fire from the top? There's a big chance MABETEX eSports might have a little glimmer on the players who are going for the res. Leo is all the way on the right side. On top. Incus as well wants to make his way towards his teammate, but at this point, Incus 2 might just be surrounded from the back lines. They're playing this perfectly. MABETEX eSports, a trap set, working fine.
Well, as you said, a trap working fine, and MABETEX, they're going to be a happy bunch with this. They lost one lad, traded it out for 2 picks of their own, and I spoke to you soon, as Sus from the distance is going to make sure Apex is not getting any more knocks from the side of Raw. Baron all of a sudden finds that it's just him and Leo left against the 2 lads from the side of Raw. So going from a 3v4 to a 3v2, now it's down to a 2v2 between these 2 teams, and it's already been 10 minutes. Both of them, both of these teams have been going at it for 10 minutes.
Just leave, man. That's the most mature option here. Because I am not a big fan of early stalemate, Shawnee. It just wastes so much time.
Necro, this is the only fight that was taking place for 10 minutes. Now the other teams have started fighting it out.
But hey, my prediction was right. We're going to see some early game action, and that's what exactly happened. Early game action was there. Teams in El Pozo could not really go there, so they needed a drop spot on the fly, and that's what they did. But still outside the zone, they're tanking through a lot of damage. They're burning through a lot of meds as well. Raw, they're going to take their sweet little time. They have a lot of death crates to loot, but they have no clue if the enemies are still there or not. MABETEX eSports no longer interested in this fight, making a mature option or taking a mature decision to just back away from this one and go for a better spot inside the circle. That's the best option out from that fight. DEADEYES guys, scouting out the players in the front. It's TRZ near that compound. Is still outside the circle, so TRZ needs to make it in, and that's what DEADEYES guys realizes. They know currently they are the one who are edge keeping the players of TRZ, and they want to hold them off at bay.
We're going to find out if they succeed or not, though. For now, DE on top. Just keeping track of how the players of TRZ are moving around. Has a Mini 14 in his hands. The DMR. He can do wonders with this. He's hoping that they come out of those compounds, try and go for that Jeep right there. And as soon as they do, he's going to start shooting, pull the trigger. Unfortunately for him, they've decided to go for the other car. And, well, Atomic gets in. Shots connect, aiming for the head. Instant finish. Woo, debated.
Nice trigger discipline. The wait finally paying off. The patience paying off in that one. They do find one quick. But again, even they themselves now need to be on a move quickly, because now the next circle is going to center on up towards Hacienda del Patron. DRS are going to find themselves in lucky shoes. Even Stalwart Esports, they have a nice cover. They have a nice high ground to play off of with, and there's going to be a lot of info they can work around. Prabeen closes in on the airdrop. He might just get his hands on the AMR too. Did get a couple of upgrades for himself though. High voltage just mowing down the lawns in the front. A lot of max being unloaded. Mamba is going to be the casualty. TRZ getting stopped in their tracks.
Stuck between a rock and a hard place. They just lost their first player, and now they run into heavy fire from the lads of high voltage. Malik and Assassin from atop these mountains are causing a lot of trouble for the lads of TRZ. Mad Cat in the distance is trying to see if he can deter this aggression from this team, but he's only managed to push back. Assassin, Prabeen is still there. Malik, in fact, is still there in a perfect spot, completely hidden from the suppressing fire from the opposition. Raw on the other side, spotting out the lads from Mafia Ninja. Well, Skylightz Gaming, in fact. Mafia Ninja was the player that went down. Quite surprising, since I did not think Raw was going to get involved in any more fights up until the extreme late game stages, given the fact that they already lack players. But it seems like that's not enough to stop them. They do confirm that pick as well. DRS on the other side up against the lads from Godlike Stalwart. Now, damage was dished out on top, and I believe another lad from the side of Stalwart was low a few seconds ago, but if it was from Killer YT, it means his position has been given away, and against the 4 players from Godlike Stalwart, it's going to be very difficult to hold that spot if he gets pushed upon.
Godlike Stalwart, again, a position that they're going to be happy with. They have this little area for themselves, and it's not going to be that difficult for them to just hold it off. Before anyone closes in, they should have a clear line of sight on that team. So pushing that area is not going to be that easy of a job. Deadeye's Warriors against the players of TRZ now, and they're catching a lot of hurt as well. Utilities tossed in from the side of TRZ. They're going to land on the mark too. Deadeye's Warriors now pushed in a little bit of defensive stance. It's time to defend the area. They're also getting a little bit of confirmation flowing up. Utilities exchange, damage being exchanged as well, but they're not able to finally get a knock in their hands. But Deadeye's Warriors, they're going to clean up the entire squad of TRZ. But unfortunately, with a casualty of 1 player, which is completely affordable, they got themselves out of quite a tricky situation. Another man goes down, but he should be back up on his feet. And they're also taking a lot of damage from the blue.
Well, this is a labyrinth that everyone is running in. And even if everyone walks in, only a few will find the exit. Gremlin Storm finding their way inside the zone now. It's getting pretty cluttered up with all these bodies, and there is not enough room for everyone. This clash between the lads from 1952 and the lads from Gremlin Storm, a revenge for what happened in the previous game. Memo knocked out. Rowdy is going to be there. And will 1952 win this fight in this particular game? It's going to be quite important for them, in fact. Nima on the other side, from the side of Skylightz Gaming, is going to get knocked as he drops a little too quickly out of the way. Oh no, Jax, that was the opening that you needed, buddy. Now he runs in, goes for the spray, does connect the UMP on the hip fire. So 2 players from the side of Gremlin Storm are going to be out.
That's a big knockout as well. Gremlin Storm losing out on 2 of the key players. But if this nade lands, this might just be a big blow. And it definitely is going to land inside the house, but unfortunately, a little bit of overshoot. Not going to catch Jax right there. But again, Fear on top of this hill. He might have the high ground advantage, but now the circle as well is going to move forward. That's it for Fear. It's chunking out HP, cannot survive anymore. In 1952, they realize the fact that he's done. Even they themselves need to get situated in a better spot because they're barely on the edge. Giant Mara unloading their mags on the players of MABETEX eSports. And the next circle, again, is just centering on up over and over again to find yourself a better entry inside the circle, a safe spot. It's going to be quite tough.
Look at that eastern edge. It was, I believe, 4 teams moving east to west, but now it's just VENOM Legends and D2K who are left standing. And I don't think for long, though, as Susan, Gangster, both of them make a getaway from these compounds. Gangster taking heavy damage from the blue zone, and he has a teammate with him. Shots fired from Sandesh, whiffs a few, but hits a few as well.
Yeah, the track was pretty good. VENOM Legends. Lasers in the front, out in the open. A bit too many bullets to deal with, and finally we'll go down to TDK. All 4 players up and alive. Morals are looking all-time high as well, and TDK want to convert this morale, all this confidence, into a chicken dinner. But the problems are going to be amped up even more. DRS right in the smack center. Things are looking quite fine. Stalwart eSports finally breaching in inside Hacienda del Patron. They want to take out the players of Deadeye Skies, and somehow they've already found the opening too. Action would want to convert that opening into an elimination point, and he will be able to do so too. Stalwart eSports pushing the players out of Deadeye Skies out of their own territory. How did this just happen?
Well, I think they're going to be asking themselves that question. How did this happen? But first, they're going to try and dig their way out of this. DE, 1 player down, knocked out. Top, jump punching his way to close in the distance. Towards this race, needs to be careful. A player right underneath him. Oh, he's still hiding. He's still hiding. This is just the players. The lad's getting a little too complacent, but no footsteps were heard. Information given away, and that is going to be it from the side of DE. Godlike Stalwart making quick work of these lads.
How did they force a team that had really solid defense on Hacienda del Patron. They breached in, they forced them out of their own houses, and then they took over. Just like champs, making it look way too easy. 1952, all 4 players like a pack of soldier, looking like a well-oiled team as well, just charging together on T2K, and they stand no chance.
T2K getting taken out. Quite unfortunate. I mean, the fight for the top from their end as well. It's going to keep on going in the matches that they have remaining, though. But let's see. High voltage against A1 eSport now. Molotov being lobbed by Assassin. Through the window it goes. Threaded the needle quite perfectly right there. High voltage, I think it was just there. They just want to keep the players from A1 eSports in those houses. Keep them pinned down. And they themselves want to get, even if it's out in the open, inside the circle, inside the safe zone. One man from the side of A1 eSport is down. Hitman was in the balcony, but he's going to be sent indoors.
High voltage. Again, all 4 players in a late game situation. Alive. AMR in the hands of Assassin. I want to see this gun in use. I want to see this gun in action. Who are you going to take down this time? A1 eSports might just be the potential casualty here. They might just get dismantled as well. They've lost out on 1 player. He's knocked out. They're quite hurt too. They're bleeding right now. And something needs to be stopped here. A1 eSports, they're catching a bit too much hurt. The vehicle will be blown up as well. Koa goes down. Another casualty on the board. And there's a potential elimination too. Might just follow it up. A1 eSports, they're trying their best to fight back. Kachor finds a nice return knockout. But now it's the players, the godlike Stalwart, who are knocking on their doors. Being the Grim Reapers, who want to third party this entire scenario. But A1 eSports, they're managing to shook them away as well. What? Oh! What? You know there's a player there.
Ooh, that was a bad decision and a very good spray, I have to say.
Yeah, connected a lot of shots. Assassin is not a man to mess around with. He has been the star player for this team since a long time. And you can always count on this man to hit all his shots.
Oh, no fear. Just trying to see if he can hit those pixel shots on Mr. Boro. But Boro is going to join AJ indoors. A small little safe haven the lads of Skylightz Gaming have found for themselves. But it's not as safe as they think, since Mr. Boro is still going to get knocked out. Godlike Stalwart in the meanwhile trying to see if he can figure out a way to wiggle inside the circle. But Janmara is the teams that basically is keeping everyone outside. They are the primary gatekeepers this time around.
Janmara eSports, as you mentioned, being the gatekeepers. But they have a big responsibility onto themselves too. They might get invaded anytime. The house might get raided anytime. You've got to be ready and prepped up. Skylightz Gaming in the front, inside a little shack. They might just suffocate to their death. They cannot move out anyways. If they do, there's a lot of sight lines locked in that one. Cannot move out anymore. No freedom. They're locked in. Godlike Stalwart, on the other hand, though, they're just moving all across the board. They have a nice place to play around with. They have a nice spread as well. But all they need to do is breach inside the circle. That's the only thing they're waiting to do. Janmara getting caught in the back. And that's a big shot as well with the M24. Gonna crack his skull open. As we have DRS as well, finally realizing the fact that they need to make it inside the circle. Godlike Stalwart too, getting a little bit too eager. And because they have no other choice left as well. Because the wall of death now is gonna start to close in. This is the only chance you have left to make it inside the circle.
Well, let's see. Killer YT. And Snipe Whitey on our screens. High voltage taking an exit from the game. DRS trying to push from the northern side, northern edge of the circle. Again, the same team blocking them as it was the lads of Godlike Stalwart. It is Janmara right now. Yante knocked out in the open. And Snipe Whitey with a nade can actually finish him off. It's close enough to go for the lob. But he's gonna have to, he's gonna be forced to lob it indoors. It's a bad nade, and Snipe might get punished for this. Shots through the window on the man in the ghillie suit. That's Yeah, it was a very forced situation. Not really a fight either of the teams wanted to take. It was complete and utter, unadulterated chaos.
Snap YT shining through like a bright diamond through that fight. Godlike Stalwart is ball now breaching inside another territory. They want to shut down the players of A1 Esports in the front. But they cannot be too overconfident in this scenario too. They're taking things a little bit more mature, playing this like gentlemen. And they will have to. Stalwart Esports, some controlled aggression, a little touch as well. Should be more than enough, but no! A nice retaliation from the side of Hitman, proven to be the star player so far in the A1 Esports lineup. And he's doing a great job making sure that the players of Stalwart Esports are not going to get too complacent. What is happening? A1 Esports, they might just wipe out the existence of Stalwart Esports. Godlike Stalwart in big trouble. Scry still knocked out. Pika in the backlines. The IGL himself. Great minds might just think alike, but Pika needs to think outside the box.
Well, godlike Stalwart, they might get eliminated too, but A1 Esports Hitman, where was this guy for the last 3 days? What was he doing? Yeah, it is very impressive the way this man is playing. And I just want to keep watching how many clutches he's going to be able to pull today. Especially this one. It was 2 knocks secured from the side of godlike Stalwart. But now Scry is back on his feet. Pika is going to be able to provide some cover fire. But no, Hitman takes him down yet again. Now switching over to PM4, going for the pro Sean Pika. But the drop shot from the IGL is going to drop him down instead. And godlike Stalwart, they live. They survive to fight another day.
1952 on the other hand, single-handedly taking care of business. Giant Mara, blink it and you miss it. 3 players down, 1952, an incredible job. Just saving the day for themselves. They were getting charged on by a full team, but now the tables have been flipped against them. Look at Entry just moving in quite close, spots the man out. Gunner shut down, a light work done on the players of Giant Mara. 1952, what a move!
They have 18 finishes in this game right now, and it has come down between these two teams. The final 2v2 between godlike Stalwart and the lads of 1952. But with the HP bars in the favor of Stalwart Esport, it should be an easy one for them to close this one out. Devil Boy is extremely low. It's going to be up to Entry to delay the initial assault. Scry coming in from the left, Pika from the right. The split from the side of godlike Stalwart might just work out. Scry peeks up. The damage stays down, but no knock secured. Now he has to fall back. He has taken a lot of damage upon himself, but Devil Boy, he can bait out the pressure from the side of the lads of 1952. But no, the fight initiates and Entry is extremely low. Scry climbing up is going to take him down. And godlike Stalwart, they walk away with an impressive winner chicken dinner. But this game, I have to say, was still very much owned by the lads of 1952. They had 18 eliminations in this game. 18. We saw them take... We saw them blundering games since yesterday, and now they have finally returned.
Phenomenal. 1952, even though they were not able to win the game, but still 18 elimination. That is a statement being made inside the lobby. Indeed, looking like one of the strongest teams out there. Even A1 Esports, the way they're stepping things up, the way they're bringing in the heat inside the game, props should be given to these teams.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, A1 Esport, Hitman, and the lads from 1952. I think, Necro, you said this on day number 2 that we know what Entry is capable of. Just let this man loose and he will take you to the victory. And I guess 1952 have finally realized, because Entry is now playing like his old self. His teammates have stepped up quite nicely as well. And since the team is coming together, they're going to be more and more difficult to beat. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to talk about this game right after this very short break.
Listen
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the PMPL South Asia Fall Season of 2022, brought to you by the Oppo F21 Pro. This is Super Johnny, joined by Necro alongside with me. 2 games done for the day. We're going to be moving to match number 3 in a moment. But before that, we have to talk about the previous one. And ladies and gentlemen, it was godlike Stalwart who won the winner chicken dinner and got the 15 placement points. But it was 1952 who dominated the entire game. They had 18 finishes, and this is the man responsible for making it all happen, bringing his team back into the action. 6 eliminations, 4 entry, 1150 damage dished out, 25 minutes of survival time. He was there till the very end, and Devil Boy was right by his side. So they have 11 finishes on these 2 lads combined. Then there's Dante with 4, Jax with 3. The entirety of 1952 players is there in the players to look out for list of this particular game.
Insane. Insanity. That's all I can say. 1952 played out of their minds. What an outstanding performance. But godlike Stalwart in the end, just stealing it away, just with sheer gun power and the gun skill they have in 2v2. Even though the players in 1952 had a big advantage, it was an uphill battle for the side of godlike Stalwart, but they still came out on top in that fight. But it's okay. 1952, the heroics they've shown in that previous game, every single statement, every single good thing about these players, they deserve it. Match summary in front of us too, as we have, of course, highest elimination taken away from Entry with the highest damage dealt as well. Devil Boy there with the highest assist from the side of 1952. But I really want to see a replay of that fight between the players of Giant Mara and 1952. Giant Mara was pushing in with a full force, and these 2 players, they did an incredible job holding him off at bay.
Well, it was an incredible job indeed. And I'm happy to see A1 eSport up there as well. 12 points secured, 8 placement points, 4 eliminations as well. It was going to be extremely tricky for them since in the early stages only we saw them take a little bit of a tumble, but they dealt with it quite nicely. On the other side, I mean, that entire Tore Amuda situation with MABETEX was quite interesting. MABETEX taking an early exit because of that. Was something I did not expect, but that's how the cookie crumbles, right? On the other side, we also have like the next game coming up, the next 2 matches, in fact, which will be happening on Erangel, and that is going to make for an interesting dynamic. But ladies and gentlemen, for now, the Oppo F21 moments on our screens, and it was, again, as we mentioned, MABETEX versus Raw Official in the city of Tore Amuda. Not exactly the city of Tore Amuda, but you get it, that location. And Apex, I believe, did almost everything that he could possibly do to make sure that his team stood an advantage. And as soon as he went down, it was, well, Raw Officials fight from there on out.
Exactly. I mean, this fight right here, again, I mean, that was the last man alive, but 1952, the way they were able to hold off the entire team of Giant Mara, that has just struck me in a different way. And you can clearly do see the damage graph as well. 3301 damage dealt from the side of 1952, levels ahead of any other team in this game.
Well, as you said, levels ahead, and well, it is just impressive. I think that has to be record damage in this tournament, at least now, because I haven't seen anyone go beyond, well, 2,500, I guess. So that is definitely quite impressive. 18 eliminations secured, as you talked about earlier, and it was just that one team doing wonders in this particular match. But wait, all right, it's okay. Took me a while to see exactly where they were, but there they are, 1952 on the 8th position. I was going to have a heart attack thinking, all right, you play like that, and that is not enough to bring you into the top 10. How bad was the tumble yesterday? But no, they have made it to the 8th spot. Skylightz Gaming also climbing up slightly towards the 6th position. But look at that, Necro. The gap between godlike Stalwart and DRS, it has grown a little bit now. It's 15 points instead of just being 1.
Yeah, but still, you cannot rely on that cushion. You still need a little bit more solid game in the upcoming games, with that being said. On the latter half of the board, though, I'd see the tumble, the downfall is being seen even from their side. MABETEX eSports, they continue to fall down. Giant Mara on a climb. A1 eSports still on last position in the overall rankings. But the way A1 Esports are playing today, hopefully there's a little light at the end of the tunnel. We might just see A1 Esports maybe not being at the last position.
Well, I think they can climb up even now. I mean, no one wants to see them on the last position. They wouldn't want to see them on the last position. But in the last, I believe it was the second day where we saw them in their best form, and they can go there once again, especially with how Hitman is playing. So they have that one positive thing working right now. If the other lads also start stepping up even a little, then I think Hitman is going to have enough support to take his team at least 2 spots up by the end of the day. They have 3 matches remaining. Erangel, 2 Erangels, 1 Sanhok. Well, they have 2 matches remaining. They've been playing in the last 2 games. So they have 2 matches left for the day. And in those last 2 games, they can at least somehow manage to secure 25 to 30 points. That should be enough to give A1 Esports not just a boost in the terms of in the number of points that they have, but also in the boost of confidence. I feel that is what the team is lacking right now. That is what they need. They need the morale. Hitman is doing a wonderful job. So just stick to that. Stick to what is working out right now, and just go with the flow.
Again, I mean, that drop shot from the side of Pika to save the day against
just
the players of A1 Esports, that was incredible too. But something really kind of stuck out to me was because I saw Hitman ADS at the last moment, if you remember.
Yeah.
Against Pika in a close range fight. Especially if I'm not wrong, he also had a UMP in his hands. If I'm not, I don't exactly remember, but he had a weapon. Even if you have M4 or UMP in your hands, both those weapons are really good when it comes to the hip fire in close range. So you don't really need an ADS. And I think so he ADS, and that's why he wasn't really quickly able to adjust his aim down when Pika dropped shot at him. But those are really like those macro things. It's okay, I understand inside the heat of the game, you never really, your brain doesn't really function that well because you're pretty much in like a 1v1 scenario and everything's happening so quick, you don't really have a lot of time to think because human reaction time sometimes can be pretty slow. So yeah, you don't really have a lot of time to think, and the heat of the moment, things do happen. So it's okay, a valiant effort even from the side of A1 Esports, but we're finally seeing them alive inside the competition once again.
Yeah, I mean, signs of life are there. Those individual moments of brilliance are there. But again, it's the consistency where the team is lacking. But again, to be very fair to not just A1 Esports, but majority of the teams in the lobby, it's just the first week, lads. It's just the first week. Not a lot of pressure. You still have 2 weeks to make up for the points that you lost in a few days here and they're just trying to understand, or maybe the game was just completely against you. There was no entry in the circle. Teams lined up to gatekeep you. Can't really do much about it. But again, there is going to be time. There will be opportunities given in the future where you can also make an impact. So just hold on. Till then, hold on till that moment arrives. But for now, Necro, the moment has arrived to go for predictions. And whoa! All right, you are moving forward in the world.
Yeah, exactly. I'm catching up, Johnny. I told you, man. I told you. The more egoistic you be, the more I get motivated to make even correct predictions. So, I want you to start off this time.
All right.
Go ahead.
All right, if you want me to go ahead this time. It is Erangel. It's the 3rd game of the day. Group C is not going to be playing in this one. What should I go with? I don't want to pick an easy team. I don't want to pick a godlike stalwart because I want to keep things interesting.
Okay.
All right, so I'm going to go with my heart and my guts. I think Skylightz Gaming is going to have a decent game this time around because they usually tend to do very well in the middle of the day matches. They don't have a strong start. They don't necessarily finish on a high note as well. It's the middle of the day where they actually shine for some reason. So it's going to be quite interesting to see what SG can actually pull off. Plus, in the early days of the tournament as well, I mean, on day 1, they were doing quite decent. Day number 2, they started off quite well, but then the momentum shift was there. We saw them fall off in the later half of the day. That carried forward to day number 3. And now on day 4, they're finally here. But Necro, what about you, though? What's your pick for this match?
Oh, okay. You know what?
Yeah.
These are the teams that I really haven't went with. This is the region that I haven't really been predicting. So I'm going to go with 1952. 1952. Right. Come on, it's your guys' time to shine. I know you guys have got it. You guys have got the momentum. The wind is flowing in your way, and it's all you guys need to do is direct it even in a better direction. And I believe you guys have it in you, especially considering that upcoming map is going to be quite interesting to play off of with. So 1952, all bets on you guys. Hopefully, you guys are able to come out on top in this upcoming game. But with that being said, Skylightz Gaming is not a bad prediction. Yesterday, they were doing phenomenal.
Yesterday, again, on Erangel, they were pretty decent, but on the remaining maps, it is quite shaky, their performance. But, as you said, 1952, I mean, I'm going to be hopeful that they win this game as well, because it's going to be so amazing to see how they close this game out. But talking about the match, ladies and gentlemen, there's the plane on our screens, and that means the match is underway. This one is going to be starting from the northwestern edge of the map, all the way from Zaki, and going towards Nova Repnoy, the trajectory of the plane. Again, Necro, we hardly seen trajectories, the flight paths on Erangel leaning heavily towards the extremities of the map. It's always been over the center, and this one is as well.
Exactly. The plane flight path, I mean, it's not something that's going to affect a lot of teams here. Again, a pretty neutral plane flight path. Maybe if you do want to go towards military base, teams like Deadeye's Warriors, they will have a little struggle, but something they can definitely work off of with here. With that being said, I mean, we were speaking off a lot of teams, and there's a big chance IT might as well secure a chicken dinner. Even they are in a desperate need, Johnny.
Well, they are going to be quite desperate, as well as you said, points. They have the squads of business clubs and Raw to worry about. Dax towards Severny. Skylightz Gaming, they're going to be a happy bunch of lads, happy campers in this game, as they know that they know that their drop spot is already taken by the lads of eSPORTS, and they have in fact made a few changes, adapted, and now all they have to do is overcome the situation, the cards that they've been dealt out to them. Janmara heading towards the side of Lipovka. VENOM Legends taking early control of Milta Power. MABETEX, along with Skylightz Gaming, smack in the center of the circle, which is going to be somewhere around that Potato Hill area. But this is going to be quite interesting, Necro. We do have Stalwart eSports dropping towards Nova Repnoy. Elementrix is going to head towards the military base and then move towards the ferry pier area. But that should give A1 eSport the opportunity to block the bridge and get a few early picks.
But Elementrix being really naughty here. They realize that Deadeye's Warriors are not inside the game.
Yeah.
Military base up for grabs. If you do want solid loot right there, Elementrix can definitely go towards military base if they do want to go towards that. But again, can be a big gamble. If you don't know how to rotate out of that spot inside a professional lobby, then yeah, because you're probably not going to be practicing your stats or your strats from that place. So again, it'll be a big gamble if you want to go towards that or not. Maybe you can send 2 players over there, 2 players near Fair Pier. Wouldn't be that bad of a split, considering A1 eSports already knows Elementrix likes to go there. I don't think so. There's going to be any sort of breach in the territory. So if they do want to split over, should be pretty fine towards me. But 1952 and A1 eSports, these 2 teams have always dropped with each other, or I would say next to each other. And we have seen once a breach in the territory in the past, but after that, these 2 teams have always neglected each other.
Who in the squad of Stalwart eSport is wasting ammo? That's my question right now. We saw look at that. Yeah. Also, what ammo are they wasting? That's the question as well. In the early stages, you don't want to, well, throw away anything basically, even if it's the .45 ACP or the 5.56, the 7.62. No sort of ammo should be wasted. You will find the weapons later on in the game. There's no one to shoot at, making a lot of noise. I think they're just drawing the attention of the other teams that, all right, get prepared. We're going to be heading up north soon.
I mean, if you're Stalwart eSports, though, everything is okay. No matter what you do, it's okay. Stalwart eSports knows in their way inside the circle, their way in center of the circle, they're going to take a lot of fights and they're going to loot a lot of death boxes too. So they will get a lot of ammo from there. It's okay. It's Stalwart eSports, we can let it slide by.
Oh, also, just the fact that there is quite a good chunk of the military island inside the fair zone. it means that they can stay there a little bit longer than they need to.
Definitely can. GSM though, Gremlin Storm, since yesterday, they are looking pretty decent. Even today as well, we saw some improvement. But hopefully this keeps them moving forward as well. As we do know, there's still a couple of more games that are yet to come, counting this one in, because this has just started. MABETEX eSports not really having a sort of a start they really wanted. The first game that they played in the previous one did not really work out that well for them. Hopefully in the upcoming games though, MABETEX eSports are able to establish some sort of dominance.
We expect quite a lot from this team as well, and it looks like they're going to try and close in on the position of DEADEYES guys, who, like always, have gone towards Rozhok, and MABETEX, they like to land towards the school building and the school apartment, so that's where they are. I've been wanting to see this fight since we started this tournament, and it has never happened in the early stages. I think both the teams are giving each other all the respect that they deserve and not really overcommitting. But look at this, 1952. A team that certainly made massive waves in the previous matchup. This time around. Looking to see if they can pull off the same moves again, but it's going to be quite difficult since they are, in fact, quite close to the lads of A1 eSports and Skylightz Gaming. And in a few short moments, VENOM Legends and Godlike Stalwart are going to be joining them as well.
DEADEYES guys already in the elimination feed against the players of DAX. And oh boy, DAX is a team that has been completely left out of the conversation too, Johnny. And it's mainly because they haven't done anything that has shined through just yet. DAX have always been the sacrificial lamb inside the lobby.
Oh, this is not good. This is not good at all. Struggled, and Paragon barely managing to survive. Do manage to make it to the shore so they could put on those first aids and stay alive for a bit more, but 7 minutes in, no action in this game. Well, there is action of Godlike Stalwart, but you get what I'm trying to say. But it is DAX who have taken a few shots, and I believe it came from the players of DE. DEADEYES guys. Now struggled. He's going to lob a smoke just so can just use it as a distraction, but Joker is not falling for anything. An easy knock secured by DEADEYES guys.
You cannot connect any more precise shots than that. That was such a good spray from Joker. He caught him in mid-air while the player of DAX was trying to enter inside the water lines. He jumped, and Joker just caught him in mid-air with his bullets. The precision. Wow. DEADEYES guys truly just having dead eyes. Just locking him down. DAX have no sort of a breathing room anymore. They're trapped in this area, and the entire rulers off the area are DEADEYES guys right now. DAX, nowhere to go. They will need to fall back from this fight if they want any sort of elimination points or even some placement points for the future games. They need to start playing things safe now.
Oh, they definitely do. On top, this is going to be quite interesting. He's trying to see if he can spot the players of MABETEX because he knows they're going to be following up on them. And if he finds an opening mid-rotation, then MABETEX is going to be in a world of hurt. Chari securing the point.
Johnny, you want to know a player that everyone has forgotten about? And he was an absolute legend in South Asia. He used to rule and dominate this entire region.
What?
Make a guess.
You have to repeat the question.
I said, you want to know a player that everyone has forgotten about who used to dominate in this region, in the South Asia region? Name. Make a guess.
I have no idea. I think even I've forgotten it.
I'm talking about Hungrybox, but we can continue we can continue the conversation for later on, because right now there's an action erupting in front of us. Elementrix just booking away from this one. They realize they've stepped inside an unknown territory, and they do not want to be over here. Raw officials, they're like a pack of wolves who are looking to pounce on them. The predators have been unleashed, and they want to taste the blood. They want to pounce on the prey. Elementrix Precious is going to be the casualty here without wasting any more time. Straight up pouncing on the prey here as the predators are looking to shut down the team in the front. Elementrix, they will be the casualty, and they crumble down. But yeah, getting back to the conversation.
Yeah, getting back to the conversation. You're bad at quizzes, man.
What do you mean?
What do you mean? What sort of question is who is that player that everyone has forgotten who used to dominate a region? There are a bunch of players like that.
But Hungrybox, man, listen, he was a different beast, all right?
Yeah. Oh, the first airdrop goes to Memo from the side of Gremlin Storm. Elementrix, unfortunately, the first team to take an exit from this game. Dax almost getting wiped out, down to 2 players. On our screens there we have the lads from A1 eSports. The circle again moving south. Still has quite a decent chunk of the military island. Forcing all of these teams to play along the shoreline of the farm area. I think VENOM Legends, they have a perfect position in this game. They are holding on to that Miltacity till this very moment. They're not moving. They have ample cover to survive anything that's thrown towards them.
Gremlin Storm, they know that there's a threat lingering in the front lines. Domain still, he's caught a lot of hurt, does not want to peek out anymore. Raw in the front, Incus is knocked out. Even Raw themselves are hurt a little bit. Makes a lot of sense. They do not want to take any sort of extra risk. At the same time, Gremlin Storm, they finally show their presence. A lot of max being unloaded in that direction, but no bullets connecting on the flesh yet. Sophier's going to fall back, realizes the position's being given away. Staying in this position will not be that big of a deal. Still wants to update his position. At the same time, there's another team that Gremlin Storm might just run into. It's the players of A1 eSports. A1 eSports, one player's isolated. He realizes the fact that he would instantly step out of the vehicle. We'll try to take him down as well, but A1 eSports stepping in the territory of Stalwart. And Stalwart, he manages to find the opening, but unfortunately from the back lines, gets shotted by the player of Gremlin Storm. Godlike Stalwart having a little bit of unknown help, but something they can definitely appreciate. Godlike Stalwart, Top's being the casualty here. They cannot lose out on Top, but at this point, they have to give up on him. Top's all by himself in a complete enemy territory while the rest of the team has already left him away. So A1 eSports, they should be able to get the confirmation flowing. No, it's actually a complete elimination steal. A1 eSports, though, still they're dominating this entire area. They have a nice hold over it too, but now Gremlin Storm are going to be the next boss challenging them.
One boss fight after the other. A1 eSport, they have to be quick in dealing with these teams as they approach them. Let's see, Gremlin Storm, trouble coming in towards them, from the south in the form of the lads of IHC now. So they're going to push for the compounds. Doesn't matter if the lads of A1 eSports have it under control. They need some cover to protect them from the threat lurking behind. And Fear, he's the one leading the charge, but look at the distance. Godless and Alex are here. Gajor with a nade is going to drop Fear down to his knees. Gremlin Storm down to 2 players remaining. Nades being lobbed over the building now. See if they can secure a few extra points. The lads of A1 Esport. Dictator now with a nade of his own, being cooked. Has to wait for Koa to close in, but no, he's a little too eager.
Yeah.
Koa does manage to bait out the shots. The weapon is, they are going to be switched, but no. A1 Esports, they do find the knock now. Last player remaining, Fear, the man who was revived a few moments ago, is going to be knocked out again. So A1 Esports, for the first time since that second day of PMPL South Asia 22 fall, we are seeing A1 Esports dominate a team fight, and this time again, just destroying the lads from Gremlin. Storm, Memo, the last player surviving, does have a DBS. And this weapon is going to be quite deadly in that close quarters combat situation, but look, Necro.
Oh, just one pump and that's going to be it.
Yeah.
Another one comes through. Memo! He clutches it against the players of A1 Esports, making sure his team's going to stay alive to see another day. DBS just busts him open with those pumps. Memo proven to be the hero, and with his heroics, they're gonna be able to stay alive to see another day. As Giant Mara 2, they're gonna follow up the fray too. High Voltage are going to be the one to put a full stop, as we have MABETEX now up against the players of 1952. Things have been looking in their court for a long time, but 1952, this will be a boss that'll be quite tough to take down. Leo in the clotheslines all by himself, tossing a lot of utilities in the front. Finally, the charge comes in, all by himself on the top floor, nowhere to go. Leo's trapped, and he will finally be taken care of.
They ran through fire. They ran through the Molotov to finish him off. It's going to be worth it for them. An extra point coming towards the lads from 1952. But now action pinning down the players from the side of VENOM Legends. And also, I have to point this one out. We are seeing a lot of clutches today. We are seeing clutches in every single game. We saw 2 in the first Erangel. We saw 1 in Miramar. And 1 just now on this Erangel as well. Do you call day number 2 the day of comebacks? Day 3 the day of chaos? And well, guess day 4 of every single tournament from now on should be the day of clutches. But Skylightz Gaming, they are still holding the eastern edge of the circle, and Stalwart Esport have taken control of the western half of the entire circle. So the map split between these two complete 4-man rosters. In the middle is VENOM Legends, who instead of watching either way have to actually control the Novorapnoi bridge instead, because that is where we have the squad from DE, the squad from Raw, and both the teams will look to move up straight, compound to compound, try and see if they can take something away from VENOM Legends. Especially Gangster is the first one who's going to be taken out. Look at that position right there.
The next circle is going to be quite critical. It's going to play a crucial role into a team's victory. Whichever team it supports, whichever team it shifts on, we'll have a great time inside the circle. Look at Raw officials just holding on their trigger. Finally, they let the silence loose, but they're not able to catch any sort of knockouts. Unfortunately, not really finding the opening they wanted. The bridge is still being camped. Slipknot's not going to have that easy of a slip away from that bridge. On top should have his eyes locked, and that's what exactly is going on. But Slipknot's still moving in from the edge lines. We'll be able to get back to safety. Deadeye's guys on this side of the edge. Raw so far, they're looking okay. Deadeye's guys on the other hand, they're barely on the edge too. Both these teams are wasting a lot of times in this stalemate situation. Finally, the silence has to be let loose. Someone needs to take the initiative and fight here, because both these teams are just holding each other off at bay. They're not letting anyone make a move. Deadeye's guys still trying to scout out for the possibilities around them. They do have the vehicles available as well. They do want to make a quick rotation out of the spot. Skylightz Gaming in the front lines can be a big problem, but I don't think so they have any sort of sight lines on them just yet.
All right, DE versus Raw, another fight worth watching. It's going to be the side of Deadeye's guys engaging, or in fact starting the engagement right now, as the lads from Raw have taken some damage upon them. Joker and Chari sticking together. On the other side, you have On Top and True Love. The entirety of DE split in 2 units. They have to cross this road. They are going to be engulfed in the blue zone in a few short moments. And if they do not get to the safe zone, then this is where we will see their graves. But on the other side, the WIZZES club being shown the exit. Seal eSport now in a world effort, as on the finish we saw them getting taken out by the lads of 1952. And then we saw another team getting involved in the action. But, ladies and gentlemen, the circle, it moves again. And now VENOM Legends and Godlike Stalwart are the two teams left standing. Seal eSports, they make a run for it. Out in the open they go. Stuck between Skylightz Gaming and VENOM Legends, taking heavy fire from everywhere. DEADEYES guys, they want to chime in as well. What is Skylightz Gaming going to do? They have avoided any confrontation up until now. They have just one finish with 80 damage dished out on Mafia Ninja. So he was the one hitting that final shot that made the player go down.
VENOM
I
Legends.
see.
Ooh, nice opening on the players of IC. IC goes down. Should not be that big of a deal to get the confirmation flowing as well. And yes, Action's precision will be on the point. Nades are going to land on the mark and we'll get the confirmation to flow through as well. Stalwart eSports, this compound's looking more secure than ever before. 1952 might just be the next challenger approaching. VENOM Legends are looking pretty confident. The pressure's now going to start to subside a bit too, because now the next circle has shifted right on top of them as well. They're right in the center lines. DEADEYES guys, on the other hand, though, they need to start hustling right now because they're barely on the edge. They definitely do want to have a better spot inside the circle. Skylightz Gaming, they've got their sights locked, but unfortunately, big trouble is in the front as well. Seal might just be another big problem for the players of Skylightz Gaming, but they have their direction diverted on the left side too. Seal in the front, making sure they're not really moving quite a lot. If Skylightz Gaming, they do decide to crash on up, they will need to watch out a little bit in the front lines. Two players are still alive. We've seen a lot of clutches in the past. For 2v4 potential. One player goes down. There's a lot of shots being taken from the front line. Skylightz Gaming cannot afford to be exposed anymore. They're catching a lot of hurt. But they finally do take out the players of Seal. They should be able to get the fallen players back up as well.
Well, they, as you mentioned, they are going to get those fallen bodies back in action. But on the other side, one man who does not have that option, it's going to be Zol from the side of IHC. He's trying to make a run for his life, but has Godlike Stalwart blocking his way. And IHC, we hardly see them in situations like these, but these are the cards that were dealt to them. Top 8 teams, ladies and gentlemen, 24 players still alive. Godlike Stalwart in the perfect position to go for another win. In fact, in this map as well, they have 3 players remaining. They have a good compound. They have no one to bother them apart from the lads of High Voltage. But look at this, Skylightz Gaming being bombarded by the lads of DE, as now they've finally decided to go for the push, pushing across the smokes. And now it is going to be the end of Skylightz Gaming, as shots are going to be fired upon them by Joker and the rest of the squad of DE. They do see the shack, and it's going to be naded as well. The last player left standing, getting shot, getting taken down. They run in one after the other, losing HP bars in the process. AJ is still left standing, is going to molly the outside of this shack, burning his own teammates in the process and burning himself as well. A massive blunder that could have resulted in Skylightz Gaming getting eliminated for no reason at all, but luckily he stays alive.
Barely able to squeeze through a mat as well, but he cannot stay alive for longer. He's outside the circle, does not really have a lot of first aid kits available too, so he needs to make it inside the circle as quick as possible. Instead, that's what he will try to do probably. Stalwart eSports with a 3-man squad, looking okay for now. Pika in the front as always. Action going up against the players of Raw. Finds an opening as well. VENOM Legends in the front lines inside the house, looking pretty comfortable so far. Action on fire. Needs to drop and roll, and that's what he's exactly going to do. Raw is the biggest threat for the players of Godlike, and they're looking to neutralize it as quick as possible too. If they're able to deal with one threat quickly, the second one will be dealt with easily as well. But unfortunately, the players of Godlike cannot even make a push happen because they will be countered from the back lines. High Voltage have a clear line of sight on the players of Stalwart eSports.
Well, as you mentioned, the line of fire is going to be beneficial to them, but let's see what they can do with this. For now, High Voltage completely focused on the players of Venom Legends. They're zoned in, they see their prey and they want to hunt them down. Malik, in the meanwhile, is trying to crawl as close as possible to the lads of Godlike Stalwart. Utility being lobbed upon them, and oh, look at this. Liquid from Raw. He's gotten too close for comfort, but he's going to be spotted out. Now, Action does realize that it was a knock, not an instant finish, so his teammate is going to be lurking close by. Action getting shot at.
What?
Still does find the finish right there. And Godlike Stalwart, they get another exit in this game. But 3 players left standing. Action is going to get a revive. It's going to be a 4 versus 3 versus 3 situation between High Voltage, Stalwart, and Venom Legends.
They get the confirmation rolling too in their accounts. Now Venom Legends is going to be the biggest enemy they have to face. Venom Legends, they've left their dungeon. They've left their house. Now they're out of it too. So they don't really have a good cover to play with. Stalwart Esports is the only team currently with a solid cover inside the circle. And there's a big chance they might be able to seal the deal too. Venom Legends in the outskirts. Are they going to get a back-to-back? Venom Legends looking to stop the potential of Stalwart Esports getting another chicken dinner, but High Voltage being a big thorn in their way. At the same time, they're catching a lot of hurt even from the front lines, which is Stalwart Esports. High Voltage right now, they have smokes to work with, but as soon as those smokes fade away, the extra bit of cover as well will fade away.
It's going to be a while, though, with the amount of smokes that they have lobbed. I think High Voltage, they have to be extremely careful. They can't just leave the lads of Venom Legends lying around willy-nilly, because if they get back up, they're going to make them hurt. In the meanwhile, Stalwart doing a wonderful job of, well, protecting High Voltage from themselves. It's a 3v4 situation between the last 2 teams, ladies and gentlemen. High Voltage versus Godlike Stalwart, with Godlike Stalwart having control of the squad house and High Voltage out in the open. Both the teams quite safe in the circle for now. The smoke wall being created, showcasing how eager High Voltage is to go for the fight. They are going to go for the push. Assassin leading the charge from the front lines, but Action with a nade can easily take him down. Oh, it was too close, but Assassin with a nade of his own is going to try and secure some knocks, and he fails.
A 3v4 situation now taken down to a 3v3. Assassin crawling back to safety, begging for his teammates to help him get him back on his feet. But the return nade from the side of High Voltage will catch a casualty. Another one flows in, and a perfect precision from the side of High Voltage. It seems like they're getting the grip back on this fight, and they're going to now have the pedal to the metal, pushing inside the territory, pushing inside the house. Scry left all by himself, and he's being flushed outside with a Molotov too. Nothing much can be done. Perfectly executed from the side of High Voltage, and a perfect chicken dinner. Stalwart Esports being flushed out of their own houses with perfect placements of utilities, and High Voltage showing their heroics and brilliance at the same time. Once again, and coming out on top in that game, this was a really needed chicken dinner from the side of High Voltage.
Yeah, well fought and well deserved. They made sure they were protecting their numbers till the very end, and that mattered in the fight against Godlike Stalwart, because Assassin, even if he went down, was able to just distract them towards that one particular spot of the smoke, allowing his teammate to go for the flank, get a little bit closer to the opposition. But it was a wonderful game. Also, Godlike Stalwart, I have to point this out that they have been extremely consistent today. I believe they've gotten or regained their lost form, because in the previous match they got the chicken dinner. In the last one, in this particular game, they managed the top 2 finish. Now they have one more match remaining, and even that one will be played on Erangel. But before we move to the next game, we're going to take a very short break, so you guys just stay tuned, keep watching. We'll be back after this.
It's a bang.
Once again, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the PMPL South Asia Fall Season of 2022, brought to you by the Oppo F21 Pro. This is Super Johnny, joined by Necro alongside with me. And ladies and gentlemen, what an amazing game of Erangel we just witnessed, starting off with the central circle, with a lot of passivity in the early stages. But during the late game, no one could stop the aggression. It was High Voltage in the end who got the win. But along with that, Stalwart Esport being absolutely consistent, and also that DBS class that we witnessed in the mid-game stages.
Yeah, that was a perfect execution from the side of High Voltage though. But yeah, speaking of that DBS clutch, oh my god, I thought he was done for them. I thought they were gonna get wiped out right then and there, but no, the final man just pulls out a DBS and just clutches it. And not even breaking a sweat, making it look so easy, calm, cool, collected in that situation. And it makes a lot of sense too. When you have that monstrous of a weapon in your hands, DBS, you don't need to panic, especially when you know you're just holding a house with DBS. It's an easy free elimination points for you. With that being said, Action with 3 elimination points and 6 assists. That is incredible numbers from this man. Damage dealt 1233. Big numbers being put up from Action as always. That's something we can expect from this man. With that being said, High Voltage finally able to show themselves up here.
Well, they have shown up, and they have shown up quite nicely as well. Probeen, in fact, was the man leading the charge in this game. 5 eliminations. Quite a decent number right there. 669 damage, or average survival time of 26 minutes and 2 seconds. On the other side, Scry and Action from the side of Godlike Stalwart. I think they're going to be a happy bunch of lads. Look at that. 1200 damage dished out, 3 eliminations secured. Scry, 4 eliminations secured with 519 damage dished out. So it was an amazing performance from the side of Godlike Stalwart as well. But High Voltage, they did not forget. I want to say, I mean, they were just focused in on the fact that they have to be extremely careful. They were the cautious ones of the 2 squads, since they were being, since how they were approaching the fights, not really engaging in Venom Legends with Venom Legends unnecessarily. Also, Venom Legends made it to the top 3 in this game. An impressive performance from Venom Legends.
Oh, indeed, an impressive performance. With that being said, match rankings in front of us as well. As you mentioned, of course, Raw deserves to be there. High Voltage with the chicken dinner, without a doubt. They're going to be at the top. Stalwart Esports, some big damage numbers were put in from their side, but not a lot of elimination points to back it up. So the conversion is something that's really lacking here. Venom Legends, finally, some semblance of life from their side too. And this is something I really wanted to see. Deadeye's guys, a decent outing inside this game too. Skylightz Gaming, shaky outing. I had big hopes from the side of IAT in 1952, but unfortunately, both these teams, they were not really able to do that great in early moments of the game, or I would say in the mid packs of the game. They got into some fights which they had a lot of casualties onto themselves, and they were not really able to, shine through those fights.
Yeah, but I want to say this. I want to talk about one more team, Skylightz Gaming now. Multiple opportunities for them to actually just move forward, get a better compound, take down some extra points from the teams moving in from the west. I believe it was the lads from Deadeye's guys who at one point were extremely close to their spot. Mid-rotation, they could have picked them up as well. But no, Skylightz Gaming this time just focused on playing for those survival points. Not really a play style that we see them in or even embrace completely, but still, I mean, it is a weird situation. They have 2 more matches left. Hopefully, we're going to see them climb the rankings.
Hopefully. All we can do is hope, because we never know what the players are going through. But this cleanup right here, a big threat was neutralized from their side, but unfortunately, they also took a lot of damage onto themselves, and this is where teams like High Voltage, Venom Legends, they started taking big advantage of that, and a perfect execution in the end. Those nades were just on the mark perfectly. Utilities helping out the players of High Voltage to flush out the players of Stalwart Esports outside that compound. They played that perfectly. With that being said, overall rankings in front of us too, as DRS, of course, on the 2nd spot. We know this has been happening since the start of the day. Godlike Stalwart, they're starting to run away with the lead again.
Well, again, we talked about this. We talked about this. I'm not surprised as well. I mean, they like to play pranks on everyone else. They're like, oh, we are struggling a little bit. Maybe you can catch up. And then all of a sudden comes in that extra little boost of factor that you need. And there they are. But it is going to be all eyes on the lads of DRS and High Voltage now, since they have gotten a little too close to actually put some real pressure on the lads of Godlike Stalwart. On the other side, I had seen Necro. They were outside the top 10, they went to the top 5, and now they are on 11th again.
Yeah, it's like they like to just, you know, keep it flowing. They don't want to stay at one spot. They want to keep on repositioning themselves in the overall rankings. They sometimes want to go down, sometimes want to come back up. As long as they're in the top 12, I think so. That's what's really going to matter to the players of IHC. But something that I'm really confused with is this the final form of IHC, or are we up for a better show in the future? Because if this is something, or if that's it, what IHC's got, then they've got a lot to work on. If IHC are hiding some sort of strats, then okay.
I don't think it's their complete form. I think what the statement that you were about to say is what is happening right now. They are, in fact, not really playing at 100%. We have seen this from, again, a lot of big names wherein they're going to take the first week extremely lightly. Just make sure that you're part of the competition but not leading the charge. You are going to be in a position from where you make it through to the next stage, you make it through to wherever you want to go, where the points actually matter, which used to be the Super Weekends in the previous iteration of the PMPL. But this time around, it is going to be the top 12. So I'm pretty sure IHC is going to be in the top 12. They will play the Livik game. Over there, they're going to do quite well for themselves. And then on the next weekday, that is going to be the Tuesday that we are going to be back on broadcast, is when we will see a little bit of a turnaround from the lads of IHC. But who knows? Maybe the other teams have also gotten better to the point wherein what differences in the level of technical skills we used to talk about were between the players from Mongolia and the players from South Asia has all faded away. Our lads are equally as capable, and they are doing quite a decent job right now. But it is going to be quite interesting to see how IHC in fact have, or in fact what their game plan is going to be to make the climb back up. It is extremely awkward to see them outside of the top 3. I think they definitely do have what it takes to easily make it to the top 3.
I mean, look, we've seen this a lot of times as well, and we've been speaking over this over and over again too, is how sensitive and how fragile the top 5 is. And it's tough to maintain a spot inside the top 5. High Voltage, after having a solid performance, they've already found themselves in the top 5, and that explains a lot of it too. With that one single good game, I mean, it's not like that one single. They were also trying to climb up in the previous games too, but with the help of the consistency and one single solid game, they've breached inside the top 5. But now what are we yet to see is, are they going to be able to hold themselves in the top 5? With that being said, it's time for us to make the predictions, and even the people in the chat, you guys can also make your predictions by vote space the team tag, and you guys' prediction will be counted and showed in game with the graph. With that being said, my prediction for this game is going to be IHC.
Your prediction is going to be IHC. Well, Godlike Stalwart are just about to play their last game, and it's going to be on Erangel. We saw them finish in the top 2. I think I'm going to go with Godlike Stalwart for this one.
That's a safe pick, man. I thought you said you're not going to go with safe picks anymore.
It's their last game. They are not doing well. They didn't win the previous one. How is that the safe pick?
I mean, they're literally the most consistent team in the entire tournament. But yeah, something I wanted to touch up on, you said that Godlike Stalwart were not really doing that great yesterday, and now today they're doing great again. I think so. This is something that they really do like to do. This is type of tradition that they do, right? Godlike Stalwart, even in the previous PMPL, if you remember, this is the exact same thing that happened. At the start, they were running away with the lead, and then in middle days, they start playing a little loose. And then when the other team start catching up, they realize, okay, now it's time to take the competition a little bit more serious, and that's what they do, and they run away with the lead again. Kind of like a thing they like to do over and over again. We've seen this in the previous PMPLs as well. I think so. This is maybe just for the adrenaline for the players. Maybe they just want to test new things. I guess. So. I don't know.
I don't think so, because I have seen athletes in the past who do as well as the competition that they're put up against. So Godlike Stalwart, for example, I believe do fall in the same category. If they are not under pressure, you're going to see them make a lot of mistakes. The moment the pressure is upon them to start performing, that is when they go into that zone where they just are completely unbeatable. I've seen them do this in the lobbies of PMPL South Asia, wherein they do get a little bit relaxed when the difference is above, well, anywhere above the 35-40 point marker. This has happened to them in the GC as well, by the way. At a certain point, they just get a little too complacent when they feel like, all right, the games are going to be just out. But ladies and gentlemen, we'll be discussing that a little bit later in the day. The second last game about to begin on Erangel, the trajectory of the plane, starting from the military base, going all the way towards Severny.
Exactly. The plane flight path is definitely quite good for the teams, of course, because it's dividing the map perfectly in half. So even DEADEYES Warriors, considering they're back inside the competition, I want to see what they've got in the backpack. As you mentioned, godlike stalwart, last game of the day. Expectations aren't going to be big from their side, but again, now they have a safety cushion once again, so they can play around if they want. Now, going back to the conversation that we were having again about godlike stalwart and how you were saying they start making mistakes, I feel like it's more sort of they realizing that they have a cushion and they know now they can play around inside the lobby as freely as they want, and maybe they start experimenting a lot of stuff.
Well, who knows? Only the lads from godlike stalwart know what happens to them whenever we see them with a heavy advantage. But let's see, DRS, VENOM Legends again, like always, heading towards Milta City and Milta Power respectively. This time the circle just slightly off the center of the map, centered around the city of Yasnaya, in fact. And that's going to be good news for the lads from SEAL eSport, in fact. Skylightz Gaming on the other side, they're going to be keeping their eyes on the city of Yasnaya as well, hoping SEAL goes down early so that they can reclaim their home. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, look at that, a little bit of a clash between the lads of TRZ and Elementrix. I hope there's an early fight there.
Oh, some early brawl. I'm up for it. Some early skirmishes. I love those type of fights too. But Skylightz Gaming, right underneath Yasna Poliana. Again, their old drop spot. They've dropped near a shelter. They'll need a compromise with it. Seal is taking it over, so yeah, definitely will need to give it up. And you were speaking of some early collisions, and it's Dax against the players of Giant Mara. Almost ran him over too. Gunner is all by himself inside an unknown territory, and Dax is here to welcome him with open arms. He knows it's done, so he's not even going to try to fight back.
See, they're the first blood of the game. Dax securing the point for themselves. They are going to be a happy bunch of campers after this, moving forward. And Dax, I have to say, day by day, getting stronger and stronger. On the other end, Giant Mara, the team that just lost one of their own right now, are not going to be too happy about that. Playing from the city of Rozhok this time around, quite close to MABETEX once again. And also Dax looking to hunt them down now. It's going to be quite awkward for them if they decide to move out a little too early.
Again, speaking of teams moving out, Elementrix back to fair peer, because now they realize DEADEYES Warriors right there too, and also at the same time the plane flight path was not really that hard on them this time. But MABETEX eSports, they've heard all the chaos, and now they want a little bit of piece of that too. A Snipe YT in the front lines. It's the entire squad of Giant Mara. MABETEX eSports, they're on top of the hill, so they do have the high ground to play with, and also a lot of info on the players of Giant Mara. And what a knockout from the side of Wally. Nice distraction. And Wally from the sidelines took him out easily. Giant Mara already on a man deficit.
Already a man down, as you said. And now being hunted down by the players of MABETEX. Wadu in the distance. Oh, Wally earlier was looking in the right direction. Does try to see him, spot him down again, but misses the opportunity. And now he's going to back off, try and see if he can rejoin his teammates. No fear. Definitely experiencing fear right now as before we reach the 5-minute marker, Myanmar are down to their last 2 players surviving and also being hunted down at the same time. So not a whole lot of options left for this team.
Wadu and No Fear in the houses right now. MABETEX eSports, Leo is just keeping them locked. John Mara cannot move out, cannot even make a single move. If they do, they know they're definitely going to catch a bit of hurt. A little stalemate situation early off this time, and look at what Apex is doing. Wrap it up from the Razak Hill, and now they're going to have him surrounded from all the different directions. MABETEX eSports, what a nice field they've set up. Speaking of getting teams in deadlocks, this is one of the prime examples of that. MABETEX eSports, they're looking pretty solid. In this fight, they do know they have the man advantage available too, but the problem is they're compromising on a lot of loot early off. As you can see, the players are not really that comfortable when it comes to the meds. They don't really have a lot of meds available. Even same thing goes on the Giant Mara side, so these players are at least having some sort of a deficit. Giant Mara having a 2-man deficit. MABETEX eSports having a little bit of loot deficit. But MABETEX eSports definitely know they are really close to a squad wipe here. And there's a big chance they're probably going to be successfully able to do so as well. Waruchi inside the house, not even making a single footstep. Giant Mara, they're scared to death.
Surrounded from all directions. 6 minutes of absolute hell for these players now. But on the finished feed, ladies and gentlemen, we did witness VENOM Legends losing a few of their own as well to the lads of Skylightz Gaming, but coming back to that a little bit later, as Baron with a wonderful nade has made sure that Wadu is not going to be any threat for Apex as he goes charging in and gets the pick. Meaning, Gianmara, they have just 1 player remaining. And no fear, you better be afraid because MABETEX is coming for you now. They know exactly where he is. He's going to try and take Baron down. And in fact, manages to do that as well. We'll have to go for the finish secured right now, in fact. Otherwise, with his position revealed, with his information just given away like that, he is not safe anymore.
Still though, the position's being given away. No Fear's position exactly now is being compromised. So MABETEX eSports, they will have a little bit of more clear vision on this time. Wally just pre-firing the angles, knows where he's going to peek out from too. No Fear, nowhere to go. Being trapped inside the house. They've got him in a deadlock. He's not going to be able to break free, at least for now. MABETEX eSports, there's a big chance they might just get complacent and start pushing up inside the house. Maybe that'll give him a little bit of chance for that breakthrough, but finally, No Fear. He's putting in a lot of hurt against the players of MABETEX eSports. Some rookie moves being made as well. MABETEX, you cannot afford to play like this. These are some rookie mistakes that are being made from MABETEX eSports.
Oh boy. I mean, as you mentioned, it was a blunder, massive blunder from this team. No Fear is definitely not going to let this one slip away. He knows he can secure a few points for his team, and they're going to lose another one. As I said, Necro, today is going to be a day of clutches, from being in a 1v4 to bringing it down to a 1v1. No Fear pulling off a miracle. But in order to take this to completion, he has to make sure that Baron falls as well. But Baron, with all the utility that he had being lobbed towards this individual that's taking down his teammates one after the other, he's going to try and go for a revive. Leo is going to be the first one getting the revive, but No Fear is now going to look to see if he can lob a nade right over that broken wall and deter any sort of aggression that's going to befall upon him after the lads from MABETEX are going to be back now. Takes down one. Can he take those? Yes! All 4 picks in an instant! And he goes for the slap on the desk as well, right after 1v4. Again, 4 games in a row, ladies and gentlemen. Clutches are going to they're going to come one after the other. Whew.
Even he is hyped. Even he knows he's just pulled off a miraculous clutch. No Fear, the patience paying off, and just dismantle the enemy team all by himself, one after the other. The players were just falling apart from the side of MABETEX eSports. It seemed like no one could stop the players of MABETEX, but no fear. All you need is no fear in your team to stop the dominance of MABETEX, and they will just crumble down in front of them. What a way to hold the house down overall. Giant Mara, they're going to live to see another day inside this map, as we have airdrop 1 on the board too. It's going to be the AWM gracing the land with its presence, with of course a couple of upgrades if the teams do want to go for it. It's going to be Delta from the side of DRS who will get his hands on the AWM.
Well, let's see what sort of miracles he can pull off with a big green cannon. But again, oh boy, I guess this game is off to an interesting start now. The first fight we witness, we see an entire team getting eliminated, but one man on a mission to get those juicy points. Does not fail, but VENOM Legends against heavy fire. Taking heavy fire from the players of DRS. Gangster, in fact, getting finished off. Fragboy pinned down as well. Susan knocked out. DRS, they are the ones who, well, yeah, no opportunity given for another class. They just straight up show VENOM Legends the exit.
They indeed do. DRS against VENOM Legends. VENOM Legends couldn't even stand a chance. Some light work being done from their side. DRS being the monsters they are, it's not going to faze them even a bit. It's not going to be an accomplishment in their books. But Stalwart eSports still scouting out the vicinity. IHC, though, they're up against the players of DAX, and they're actually catching a bit of hurt. So IHC needs to get the grip back inside the fight. The fight's happening somewhere else. Godlike Stalwart on your screens, you were speaking of how important this game is going to be for them to just build up a little bit more lead, even though they have the cushion in the overall rankings, just to be sure. You can't always. Doesn't hurt to have a solid game once again, right?
Let's see Alex extremely low. I see right next to him. Seems like they're taking heavy fire. Not heavy fire, but some fire from the players of DAX. No fear, though, still surviving. The legend right now in this game. And DAX struggled. Well, not really struggling anymore. All 4 players from the lineup still remaining. And they already have the first blood. Well, the point from the first blood that they got at the start of the match. The circle going for a hard shift up north. T2K smack in the center of everything. WIZZES Club, in the meanwhile, completely unbothered, just exited Severny right now.
Deadeye's Warriors. 3 players alive. Looking okay so far. But there's another team right next to them too. I'm pretty sure they have the audio cues in that team. It's TRZ invading their privacy. But TRZ, they've got no intentions of fighting the players of Deadeye's Warriors, but unfortunately, they've got the same route, and they're right behind each other, too. It's a grand theft between these 2 teams, and finally, Nirzet is going to stop on either side of the bridge to shut the players down, but TRZ still somehow, they've managed to find a safe route of that position. Deadeye's Warriors against the players of TRZ. Mad Cat goes down. The other player of TRZ, maybe he's found himself in a safer shoes, but no is going to be the answer. East now catching bullets from the back lines. TRZ, they were too spread out. It was a 2-2 split. Deadeye's Warriors able to isolate those duels and able to shut down 2 players. And now, TRZ, Mamba is all by himself on the other side near the house.
Oh, DEW, they are moving forward quite quickly. The collision, the pathway collision against the players of Elementrix, which was imminent, has happened. It looked like they were going to try and go for the fight, but it's going to be quite interesting to see if Elementrix had the same thoughts in their head. Well, they have stepped away for the moment, the lads from Elementrix. They do not want to risk losing out on individuals, losing out on bodies in the mid-game right now. Seal eSport on the other side. We've seen them escape. A lot of pressure and still remaining 4-man roster up until now. Zeke just moving around, trying to see if he can spot the opposition in the distance. I believe has noticed a little bit of movement in the compound that belonged to 1952, but now Alex, he's going to be forced to fight his way out, and well, DEW, that was a quick exit handed to them by the lads of IHC.
Indeed, a quick one. And they needed to make it quick too. IHC looking pretty okay. The position they found themselves in with 3 elimination points to follow it up to should boost their confidence up, but now it's the players of DAX against Raw. Both these teams are right next to each other, so the fight is of course about to happen. IHC, they are hearing a lot of shots in the back lines, and Elementrix Bishal, he's also getting a little his hands dirty with the blood of his enemies. There's an entire brawl breaking out. It's an all-out war in the front. As IHC, they're just the 3rd person in that fight, scouting out the compound in the front. And IHC, they're definitely able to inflict a lot of pain and hurt, but that's all they're going to get. No knockouts yet on that fight. Elementrix able to secure those knockouts easily. As the next circle is going to shift on top right. And it's going to contain a decent amount of teams in it, important teams. TDK as well is right there. TDK's downfall, I mean, if you speak about the consistency, it's not really being seen there.
Well, yeah, I agree with you on that, because on the first 2 days, T2K, they were being very impressive, putting off impressive numbers on the board, but then they have slowed down a little bit. On the other side of DRS, they have managed to secure, well, at least a decent position for themselves inside of the circle. Godlike Stalwart, trying to go wide in their pathways, have decided to move up north and then move in to the circle from there on out. But look at this, IHC Zol on our screens out in the open. Does see a few individuals in front of him, but decides to turn that buggy around a complete 180 and goes back his merry way.
Seal and DRS. Utilities being exchanged, both those nades, but not really able to find the mark. Nice nade from both the sides, and those knockouts are going to be traded perfectly. Zake in the front lines, he realizes now he needs to suppress himself down. He cannot go for the confirmation just yet, cannot be too greedy at this moment. Seal, they're going for the rest of the fallen player. DRS, they're really spread out. They're not really able to provide the cover fire. Kese spotted out. DRS, the spread's working fine just now, as the spread is going to pretty much engulf the players of Seal. They're being surrounded from all the different directions. Killer YT, what a knock on Spooky. Spooky goes down, able to spook him away as Killer YT in the front lines. The aggression's going to be the name of the game for this man. And Killer YT looking to put a foot stop to the entire scene. Oh, Seal. Oh boy, the fairy tale has been stopped inside the game. Killer YT just putting a full stop to Seal.
Another impressive performance from a man who has been, well, pulling off impressive runs time after time, but oh my goodness, so chaotic. WIZZES Club caught between a rock and a hard place as they were trying to take a fight against the players of Skylightz Gaming. IHC chimes in with a few shots of its own, and well, WIZZES Club, they get eliminated instead of the lads of Skylightz Gaming going down, but IHC, they are here to finish the job. IHC Zul taking a lot of damage. Alex, he's going to be the man who's going to be responsible for finding the opening for his team. Godless is just crawling on the outside. Nowhere left to go. Mafia Ninja.
Wow.
With a lot of utility, IHC, they're just looking to finish off this entire fight with the nades themselves. Mafia Ninja was knocked out as well, so he's crawling back towards Nima to get a revive. On the other side, Ice, he's going to be brought back into the party as well. And now it's going to be a 3v2 situation between IHC and Skylightz Gaming. You thought one player nading your compound was bad. Try 3 now. Well, instead of nading IHC, they just go for a push. Godless, why settle the dispute with nades when you can finish it off with guns instead?
IHC charging through. They realize the man's isolated on the top, cannot even move a lot. He cannot do anything. Nade's tossed in, up Oh, there we go. The nade's going to seal the deal. IHC just doing some light work. Didn't know. It's not going to be that big of a deal to shut down the final man. Then one little nade sneak in should seal the deal. IHC, target switched now on the players of Elementrix. And IHC, they realize they have a really solid position. They've taken it over. Perfectly countered, perfectly played. Nice execution against them. IHC are looking pretty solid. Stalwart eSports in the front lines. And they're spread out too. DRS are going to be the challengers approaching, but they might just stop next to him. Rules realizes there's a little bit of smoke on the right side, so maybe closing up on it too much is not going to be that good of an idea.
Well, the nade in the hand of Rules. Will it connect? I don't think so. It's going to be a little off, but the lads from Godlike Stalwart, they still do get knocked out. One of the players was knocked out. Dax on our screens. Trying to take a fight against the players of Raw. Struggled going for a spray, in fact. Is not going to manage to connect the shots. What is T2K up to? Oh my goodness, look at that split right there. It's a 3-1 position. In fact, it's a 2-1-1 position right now. With Rig Engine in one spot, Legend is split up from his teammate, and then Sandesh is the only one inside the zone.
Yeah, it's not going to work out, though. They're getting charged down by the players of 1952, so that one single player is currently being isolated on that spot. Godlike Stalwart! Oh, boy, they're getting stepped on, stomped on by the players of DRS. A lot to worry about, a lot of pressure on their shoulders. Cry as well's knocked out. Rules OG goes down at the same time. Trades are happening back and forth, but it's another team who's trying to take an advantage of this fight. DRS, they're getting the grip back up. Pika is going to be the last man up and alive. The final glimmer of hope alive inside the game. The IGL Pika, big mind, the mastermind is still up. He can try and pull off something. He can try and pull off something miraculous and make his name or carve his name in the history. But is that going to be a possibility? Smoke's tossed in the front lines. No, it was actually a nade. Perfectly cooked 1-2. It's going to catch Yuta Uta. Elementrix now in a world of trouble.
7 teams remain, 20 players still alive. Godlike Stalwart with 2 eliminations secured. Pika is going to be the last player left standing, as he said. And he is stuck in an uncomfortable spot in the zone, but only a shack for cover. He has the lads of DRS right behind him, but look at this, Dax surrounded by the lads from IHC 1952 and Raw. It looks like an unwinnable situation. You have to just let the other teams fight it out and then just sneak inside the zone, because that has to be the priority round. 4, 3, 2, 1. The blue zone has started to move, and so have the players. Raw, Sus being left behind, as his teammate has decided to go for a rotation inside the zone, but both of them are going to be finished off, as Liquid is going to be blown by Alex. His vehicle getting blown up, to be a little bit more precise. And realizing that the competition has thinned out, 1952 look to enter the circle now.
IHC is still looking to enter inside. The late you are to enter inside the circle, the more problems are going to start to occur. Pika barely on the edge. If Pika goes down, that's going to be an opening or opportunity. IHC really needs to make it inside the circle. How does he not go down? Alex! Oh, somehow there is something saving this man. And Alex is able to stay alive for now. Dax still looking to make their presence known inside the circle. They still want to enter in. As Dax, they're barely able to stay alive, and not anymore. 1952, the death and destruction is being rained in the front. IHC needs to out-survive this one, but IHC's got the gunpowder and the sheer will to survive, and they're able to fight back in style. IHC, they do not want to give up just yet. They know there's some glimmer of hope still available. Alex has went down. 2 players, IC and Godless, everything on their shoulders. DRS 2 up against the players of IHC. A lot of teams eyeing out on the players of IHC. How are they going to be able to out-survive this?
Well, I mean, I have no idea, but let's see. 1 lad still left standing from the side of IHC. Top 3 teams on our screens. DRS, they're going to be as well joined by the lads of 1952 and IHC. Just that one last final player surviving. Godless, But even one individual can sometimes just change the fates of the two teams fighting it out. It's going to be a 3v4 situation for the players of DRS. Gyante just finding this vehicle for cover. He's going to spot out Jax behind that tree, but needs to be extremely careful because from the right, he is going to be quite exposed. Goes back just a smidge. Just get out of the blast radius in case the vehicle does blow up. But look at that. Godless is going to drop Devil Boy in a collision. And with one key player knocked out, 1952, they're going to take their sweet time to go for a revive and then try and finish off Godless if they can.
The nades are going to toss, but they're landing quite close. Not on the exact mark, though. Godless realizes the fact that he needs to keep his position anonymous. If he gives it away, everything will be done and dusted for IHC. There's still a chance. We know the solo players in the end always make a big difference. And that's what Godless wants to do. That's what the player of IHC want to do. That one single player with a lot on his mind needs to pull off a clutch. And that's everything he's got to. 3-on-3 situation in the front. DRS up against the players of 1952. 4 players for them. But IT Godless finally sniffed out. Killer of IT puts a full stop to the fairy tale of IT. As now the storyline's going to continue between DRS and 1952.
4v3 situation. DRS, one man down, but that shouldn't cause them a lot of trouble. Devil Boy, he gets up, has a UMP. He's looking to see if he can spot out one of these individuals. Does see the smoke pop up towards his left. And he's going to be made aware of the presence. That's going to be nearing his location. But Jax, in the meanwhile, just hiding in the grass. Looks like he is going to be the man playing the back lines, while Dante, Entry, and Devil Boy are just going to be moving in from the flanks. But DRS, they're going to be the first one losing the body, as Rules is going to be knocked out. One lad from the side of 1952 was knocked out as well. And now DRS, they're going to try and go for the second, as Devil Boy was extremely low. Killer Y repositioning himself, trying to hide his presence behind the smoke. And nade being lobbed towards the lads of 1952, who are all grouped up together. They have to be extremely careful, as Gyante is the man hiding behind that airdrop as well. And a lot of utility being committed by the lads of DRS, but the distance between the two teams a little too much to be able to pull off any miracles right there. In the meanwhile, Rules is just gonna bleed out and meet his makers. Entry crawling to get an off angle, sees Gyante, should go for a knock, misses the spray, and well, he is gonna get punished. It's down to a 2v2 now, Necro.
Oh boy. But no, the players of 1952 are going for a res. They want to get the fallen player back up. Also have a nice man advantage. On the other hand, DRS on a complete man deficit. RX Jack is back up on his feet. 1952, the game they really needed is right here. DRS is the only big thorn in their way. Gyante is going to line him up, and he shuts them both down. There's a big chance he might just clutch it this time. RX Jack wants to keep his position anonymous, and he played that perfectly. Waited for the player to expose himself, and then just exposed himself too, and just took him out the game. DRS out the competition. 1952 back on a 3rd spot.
It was a risk the man was willing to take, and he gets rewarded for this as well. 1952, lads, again, very impressive, but they could have been first, right? They were 3rd once before as well, as we saw them make an impressive run on day number 2. Day number 3 wasn't there. Day number 4, they come back, and now, before we head towards the last game of the day, they are already in the top 3.
Yeah.
So they have one more opportunity to make it happen. Let's see what is going to go down. But again, it's all very interesting, right? Since it's kind of the momentum that Godlike Stalwart have also had. Another team from Group A, from the same group, wherein a few days you are just going to be like stomping the competition. Other days, nothing is going to happen. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, something is going to happen, because we're going to take a very short break. You guys stay tuned, keep watching. We'll be back after this. Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the PMPL South Asia fall season of 2022. This is Super Johnny, joined by Necro alongside with me. And 4 matches done for the day. We just have one more game remaining. This time it won't be Erangel. It's going to be the Sanhok map that's going to be played in the end. But before that, we have to talk about the previous game. It was 1952 finally getting the win that they deserve. A lot of finishes secured. And also the chicken dinner as well, taking them into the top 3, the podium.
I mean, oh boy, 1952, even from them, it's always a comeback and then later on the downfalls being seen. Comeback and a downfalls being seen. But now finally with a comeback, 1952, back able to just breach inside the top 5 once again. And they've found themselves in the 3rd spot too. But look at Killer YT. What a killer performance from this man. 8 eliminations, 6 knockouts, 26-36 survival time, 1204 damage dealt, and 1 headshot from this man. But overall, Killer YT was, of course, the shine-through man from the side of DRS. We're seeing a lot of incredible individual performance from a lot of players today.
Yeah, I mean, do not forget that we started this game off with a 1v4 that just happened right there towards Rozhok with Jan Mara, in fact, walking off.
Yeah, No Fear.
Surviving for a few more moments. Yeah, No Fear was the man who pulled it off. So yeah, individual brilliance being displayed to perfection by all of these players. Killer Whitey definitely doing an impressive job with 8 elements to his limbs to his name, but we do have Alex on the second with 7 eliminations and 763 damage dished out. Rules is going to be there from the side of DRS as well with just 3 eliminations, but over 900 damage to his name. And then we have the 2 players from the winning team. That is going to be Devil Boy and Jax with, well, a combined total of 7 finishes.
Yeah, exactly. And then you have the match summary coming in front of us too, with of course highest eliminations without a doubt. Killer YT is going to steal the trophy in that. Then you have 1952 again, Devil Boy with highest assist number 3, and then you have highest healing done. It's going to be Precious from the side of Elementrix. Elementrix as well are able to shine through a little bit here and there sometimes.
Well, let's see though what the future is going to hold for the squads. Because it is not done and dusted up until now. They still have a game remaining. In the last game, we won't have Godlike, Stalwart, WIZZES Club, Raw, or 1952 Elementrix. They will have one more opportunity to, well, to secure a few extra points and move up in the rankings. There has been a small little tumble from their end as well, but it's not that significant. In this game also, they walked away with 8 points, which is decent. It's not great, it's not good, it's quite decent in fact. On the other side, 1952, 26 points secured in total. DRS, those elimination numbers that they pumped up are going to work out in their favor. They have 25 points. Same goes for IHC, 21 points secured, even though they did not get the podium for themselves.
Exactly. Speaking of podium though, look at these guys. They've got something to sit on. They've got a nice studio for themselves. They're looking pretty clean. Our Nepal counterparts, they're doing a great job over there too. So yeah, Anj, of course, OG, we know him. But overall, getting back to the teams, Johnny, I mean, of course, a fantastic game from these teams too. We were able to see and witness through. And finally, a chicken dinner that was really needed, that helped them to breach inside the top 3. DRS, as always, staying consistent. Hopefully, that's going to help them close in that gap a little bit.
I mean, definitely, it's going to help them move forward. But again, they have to make sure that no more mistakes are made moving forward. But let's see. As we talked about it, one more game remaining for the lineup. The final map on Erangel. And they do tend to have some decent runs on on Sanhok. And they do tend to have those decent run on those particular map as well. But ladies and gentlemen, what you just witnessed before this was No Fear clutching out a 1v4 against MABETEX. And it was a very hypey moment at the start of the game, but let's see DRS in the end against the lads of IHC, and it was important that they took Godless down first before they went for an all-in commitment against 1952, which they did quite perfectly. But then when the situation came to a 2v2, the lack of utility was the reason why they were punished. They committed a little too much utility, thinking that, all right, we got a few knocks, we can just lob the nades and the Molotovs from here on out. The distance was quite a lot for the utility to be tossed. But let's see overall rankings, and there's the jump. 6 positions climbed by 1952 in a single game. Wow.
Exactly, yeah. Some incredible numbers being posted up right there. DRS on the second spot with 15 matches, of course, played. There's still one more to go. Godlike Stalwart, yeah, that was their final game, so they're not going to be playing the upcoming game anymore. Deadeye's Warriors, though, unfortunately, again, the upcoming game is going to be there, so hopefully they're going to be able to shine through pretty strong. WIZZES Club, still the downfall's there. They haven't really been able to shine through from their side. TRZ maintaining that spot where they were in the previous 2 games. So, again, some teams are not really showing any sort of improvement. Some teams, it's majority of the teams that we've seen in the past in the top 5, it's their chance to make a comeback again, and that's what is happening today.
But to be fair, the same teams were thrown out of the top 5 as well. So maybe it's just one day for one set of teams is going to work out. The other day, it's going to be one set of teams performing. But look at this. Last game of Sanhok, Group A is going to be the group that's going to be sitting this one out. And that's going to mean, as I mentioned earlier, the team of Godlike Stalwart, WIZZES Club, Raw, and 1952 won't be playing. Good thing 1952 just walked away with a win. And wait, did I see that right? Not every, but 3 of the teams from Group A got chicken dinners today. 3, all except WIZZES Club. It was Raw, it was 1952, and it was Godlike Stalwart. Wow. What a coincidence.
Yeah. Group A, I mean, they're just smashing through right now. But with that being said, time to make the team predictions here, Johnny. Which team are you going to go for on the final game of Sanhok?
Well, I don't know. I hope Group A was playing. So WIZZES Club would have been my pick, the only team left behind. But now I think... All right, I'm going to give DRS a shot. They were looking so solid in the previous one. Hopefully they can walk away with a win.
I mean, DRS, yeah, they've been looking solid since yesterday. Makes a lot of sense to pick them up as well. So, but I'm going to go with IC because, again, I still feel like they are really not really having that great of a day, and we know what they're capable of too. So IT, I want to give you guys another shot today. Hopefully you guys are going to be able to get the grip back inside the overall rankings, because even you guys are slipping away slowly and steadily, and you cannot really afford to stay outside the top 12. As I mentioned, if you're going to push things on the final day, then you're going to have a lot of pressure to make a comeback, because IT so far, they haven't really revealed a lot of things that we can speak off of. They are really looking like one of those mysterious teams inside the lobby. So hopefully they're going to break the mystery inside the Sanhok game, and hopefully they're going to shine through like a bright diamond and come out on top with the chicken dinner.
Yeah, I mean, we are going to be hopeful that that happens, but it is going to be quite intense for them, because the momentum that they were trying to build for themselves, they haven't been able to establish that. We've seen IHC and how important it is for them to start on a strong note so that they can end on a strong note as well. And even though we've seen them do really well for themselves in the middle of the matches, they haven't really showcased their ability to close the matches out with those winner-winner chicken dinners. But it is going to be quite interesting to see if they do manage to secure this win right now at the end of the day, then how will they be starting off tomorrow? Because if they can carry that momentum to the last day, I think whoever does well tomorrow is also going to do well on Livik. Whoever does well in the normal matches tomorrow is also going to do well in the 6th game, the additional game of Livik, and that is just going to make them, well, it will give them a heavy advantage for the grand finals, basically.
Of course, everything at this point will give you a really big advantage for the grand finals, any sort of chances. Now, we were speaking of A+B eSports today. They were looking better than all the days that we witnessed so far. And later on, again, in the upcoming games, I mean, at least in the previous 2 games, they were looking pretty suppressed. They were looking pretty silenced. But hopefully inside the final game now, Johnny, A+B eSports are able to pull something big off here, because we were speaking about how yesterday's day was important. Even today's day is going to be really important for A+B eSports. And if they're not able to play that well today as well, then yeah, we will just count them out, I guess. We'll just count them out of the top 12, because we know how important the bonus game is going to be. But again, as you've mentioned time and time again, it's just a week 1, fans, so do not let the hopes just get away like that. You have more weeks coming in the future, so a lot of chances are there for your team to qualify in the grand finals. With that being said, the plane flight path for the final game of the day is on our screens, and it's quite another tilted plane flight path. Again, it's the map of Sanhok. The team should not have that big of a problem to just extend to the top spot they want to.
Yeah, even though it's leaning heavily towards the northern part of the map, as you mentioned, Sanhok is one of the smaller maps in the game, so not really a troublesome situation for anyone, but let's see. VENOM Legends taking an exit, they're going to be a happy bunch of campers since they have Cow right next to the plane path, so they can get to the drop location very quickly right now. High voltage as well. The camp alpha drop is going to work out quite nicely for their end, but boot camp was completely empty, and that is going to mean someone is going to take the empty location that was left by the lads of godlike stalwart, ladies and gentlemen. But we do have the circle leaning heavily towards the northwestern side of the map, and in towards boot camp we have what could potentially be an early squad fight between the lads of TRZ and the E Warriors.
Oh, DE Warriors are definitely quite jealous, considering now they know their area is being breached by a team, and all 4 of them are just moving in like a well-oiled machine. Want to shut down this team. TRZ Atomic has got his hands on a nade, but he's getting prowled on. He's getting pushed on by the team. The pounce is going to be quite tough to get out of. They've got him in a deadlock, and he will be shut down eventually. And that's what exactly happens. Easily taking care of that player, but they also got a little knockout on themselves. TRZ, they're trying their best to fight back from this situation. Are TRZ going to full commit to this fight, or are they going to have a wiser option than to take an exit?
Well, let's see. Atomic is going to be the man. The first casualty of the game. And TRZ being a player down, they have to be extremely careful with how they approach, but the utility from Mad Cat is going to be enough to take down 2 from the side of the Warriors now. Doc, he's trying to block the entrance, and look at that, they have set up what seems like crossfire over here. Mad Cat needs to be extremely careful, otherwise he's going to get baited, and he is getting baited. In fact, Nirzadi needs to go for the shots right now, secures the knock, but that is going to be it. DE Warriors, one way or the other, their numbers are dwindling down, 2v1 situation, and Nirzadi is going to be finished off. A quick exit being handed over to the lads of DE Warriors by the lads from TRZ. What an amazing way to win a squad fight, and that was under 3 minutes.
Speaking of tables being flipped, and this is the prime example of that. TRZ just pulling away that fight from the mouth of Deadeye's Warriors and making it look so easy too. Well played from the side of TRZ. Nice way to make a comeback in that fight. But A1 eSports now being eyed out by the players of DRS. Sinister is all by himself inside Camp Charlie. And oh boy, Sinister does not want to be here. He indeed does not want to be here. A1 eSports, on the other hand, though, they're quite spread out. And this spread might just work against them. Only 1 player is isolated all by himself inside Camp Charlie, and the rest 3 players are somewhere else. So A1 eSports, the split always inside every single map, and I've been saying this over and over again. Once a team does just their homework, and when they realize that you guys have a player isolated all the time, you guys play with a split right off the bat, there's a big chance you guys might as well get countered. And DRS, this is what they exactly want to do, but maybe DRS... Oh, I see them in the minimap just falling back from that spot. So DRS, they wanted a little piece of that, but later on they changed their minds.
No fear, the true MVP of the last game, in fact. And that was a play that is going down in history. Let's see if we can do... Oh, I just realized. Janmara, they have no fear. Well, Gremlins, you know why? Because fear is in Gremlin Storm.
Oh, that was such a lame joke. That was such a lame joke.
That was a good one.
I hate that it's funny, man. I hate that it's funny. But Seal, though, look at this. Already, Seal in the outskirts. They're going to spot out the players of John Mara. John Mara really wanted to slowly and steadily push on the players of Gremlin Storm. But unfortunately, they've been caught by Zake from the side of Seal. Zake, instead, is catching a lot of return fire and a nice return knock on the side of Seal. Seal had a big advantage, but they gave it away just like that. John Mara, they're doing a really phenomenal job in keeping both these teams on their knees.
Snipe Whitey with a nade. Up towards the wrong shack. Oh, wrong information. Being relayed to the man is going to result in him going down. Memo. He's going to try and go for a push, but no fear waiting for him on the other side. It's going to be quite interesting to see. Oh, he takes a drop as they have Seal eSport closing in from the rear.
Oh, no.
And well, Janmara, nowhere left to go. It looks like they're going to be wiped out soon.
A lot of early action, and John Mara unfortunately getting sandwiched between two teams. Seal and Gremlin Storm at the same time. Seal in the back, they're just putting in a lot of hurt. Gremlin Storm here to wipe him out. Last man is inside the house, hoping that no one's going to be checking him out. But yeah, even that entire compound is getting scouted out by the players of Seal. Seal really do want to seal the deal on the players of John Mara. Vadu just hoping for the best. He's praying right now, hoping that maybe no one's going to be checking that closet. But John Mara so far, not really having the start they wanted. And yeah, that's going to be a clean wipe, maybe. Yeah. It's to follow it up. One last man alive from the side of John Mara. He's inside the water lines. And as soon as even he gets spotted, things are not going to look good. But the DBS in the close range is always so deadly. And now the tables might be flipped against the players of Seal. Zake goes down. Volley's on a run. Spooky does not want a piece of that anymore. Baruji has done a great job spooking them away.
This game is just all about the madness. Let's see. Wadu barely stays alive. I think that will make Farad second guess whether the nade was lobbed in the right direction or not. Vadu's still pinned down. One more nade headed this way, and he's going to be done for. Does have his teammate to rely upon, who has been sent his own merry way. In the meanwhile, Gremlin Storm just capitalizing on the sheer luck that Seal eSports decided to focus on the players of Janmar. And look at that. Vadu is going to be finished off. No fear, trying to run away. The shots being fired upon him, and as he tries to swim away, in fact. Slowly and steadily moving towards the shoreline. And Gremlin Storm, they're making too much noise at this point. Should be extremely careful. Need to be extremely careful, in fact, as you do see Dax in the distance. And also see eSport behind them.
Venom Legends. Susan. Laser. In the close lines of TDK, all the 4 players are in Cow, but the territory is being invaded by some strangers. An invited guest. Unfortunately, it's the players of TDK. TDK, even they themselves are quite down bad. So TDK are going to try to take any sort of chances, any sort of elimination points they could. And they really are looking forward to get them too. So right now, we're not really going to witness a lot of movement from them. They've unfortunately lost out on the Jane, so they're already on a man deficit.
T2K Jane, having been finished off earlier, is just going to be watching his teammates now. As Sandesh, Rig, and Legend are going to try and win this match for their teammate. But it is going to be quite an uphill battle for them, as they are quite close to the players of VENOM Legends, and they have Skylightz Gaming just outside of Paradise Resort towards their south. And again, playing on these northern shorelines, it's not easy, but the blue zone is closing in. We're going to see the circle shift soon, ladies and gentlemen. And I hope it goes towards the Camp Alpha Island, because every single team trying to cross that river towards that island is going to be in a world of hurt. And also, it's going to be quite interesting to see exactly what sort of innovative ways are they going to come up with to make it happen.
Speaking of innovations, if you have the airdrop in your hands, you don't need to be that innovative. You will have the firepower to back it up. But the circle is something that is really interesting, Johnny. It's shifting on the top left island. One of the most interesting circle endings possible. You can ask for inside Sanhok. High voltage, of course, with the high ground. They're looking pretty good. Elementrix all the way on the left lines. Decent amount of team have already found themselves a nice footing on that island. Seal, they're dropped down to a two-man squad. A lot of teams have already taken a big early hit. TRZ included in that. So Dax still playing pretty grouped up. Clearly, it's understandable too why they're having so many confidence issues right now, because in the overall rankings, Dax is not doing that great.
Well, as you mentioned, Dax, they're not looking too good right now, but again, opportunities are going to be there in the future. In the meanwhile, though, Train to Kill, just waiting for the lads from the side of Venom Legends to move out of Cow so that they can move towards the west as well. Get inside the zone, get inside the safe haven. It's still a little too early, but DE quite close to the last player surviving from the side of Janmara. No fear. Again, for the second time in the day, left to clutch out the entire match, basically.
John Mara left with only No Fear in the clotheslines. And yeah, No Fear. He really needs to play feared up right now. Cannot just start going all guns blazing. There's a team in the clotheslines. Even Deadeye Skies, they're taking things quite slow. If I'm not wrong, Deadeye Skies are well aware that someone is there in their territory. And look at Joker too, just punch boosting his way on in. Deadeye's guys are definitely aware that there is a player nearby, but they're just trying to gather some more information. Does he have cavalry or not? Deadeye's guys are split up 2-2, two players on top of the hill, being the Overwatch currently. On the other hand, T2K as well, they're in big trouble. Today's day hasn't been that great for the players of T2K.
Well, let's see. Train to Kill, as you mentioned, the water rotation. It's going to be quite interesting to see if they can complete it.
Ooh.
As well, or will anyone else move towards the northern shoreline? Yeah,
so
that's quite
cute, man.
Yep.
I want it in real life.
Yeah.
It's pretty cute. Like, just by looking at it, you can
Oh, it
tell
has a ball as
so
well.
Fluffy.
Oh,
wow,
look at
it has
play.
a ball
Oh
too.
my god.
Ooh.
Oh no.
Oh no, he
down.
fell. It's okay. He's playing. He's playing. He's okay. He's okay.
Damn. Knows
Damn,
a lot
he's
more
got some
tricks than
magic
me.
too.
Yeah, that's what I said. The puppy knows a lot more tricks than us.
Yeah, I mean, right now he knows his.
Look at that
He
tail
knows
wag.
he knows his friend right now is just chilling, so he doesn't have anyone to play with, so he's just playing with himself.
But I feel like it's highly unresponsible to take a puppy
In the battlefield.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, unless the puppy secretly is like a alien monster, you know, like the cat from Captain Marvel.
No.
Have you not seen that movie yet?
No. I have not.
All right.
But what I've seen
No!
is T2K swimming in the water and hoping for the best and hoping that no one's going to get their eyes locked on. It's like a swimming race, and outside the zone, Sandesh is not able to withstand the amount of damage the zone is inflicting onto them. So T2K, Rig will be able to get the res on the fallen players, so it should not be that tough. 9 first aid available on Rig. Oh, he has a lot of first aids.
Yeah, but they are still quite exposed, and it looks like a still out of movie, a scene out of movie where you have a bunch of people stranded on an alien planet, and the only way to get off, well, from one spot to the other is just to swim your way across this massive ocean, and that is what the players from T2K are going to try to do. But As I said, they are out in the open, they're exposed, and these water rotations, they hardly ever work out for anyone, my friend. T2K, 2 players have been shot pretty badly. Sandesh and Legend is the one who has managed to get away.
This is exactly what TDK was not looking for.
Yeah.
And this is exactly what has happened. Rig's gonna drown to his death. T2K, unfortunate circumstances has caught him off guard, as now VENOM Legends, they're getting breached on by the players of Seal, but they're doing a great job defending the compound. Gangsters looking to close on up, looking to provide some cover, but the shotgun in the hands of Laser might just be way too deadly if the players of Seal decide to invade the territory even more, decide to breach in even more. But now the cavalry has arrived, Seal in world of trouble. It's going to be next to impossible to get out of this space anymore. It's being tossed in from both the side. Molotov as well to extinguish the player out of that spot. How is he going to be able to flush him out? Nice drop shot from Farhad, but that's all he's going to get. He will instantly be traded out by the players of VENOM Legends. Deadeye's guys, they've heard all the chaos, and now their eyes are attracted to that spot.
Boy, VENOM Legends. They thought they had the advantage, but no, getting punished. Chari was the man knocked out, but True Love is extremely close to his teammates. So should be an easy revive for the lads of DE on top right now. Quite awkward for him to play on be the man left on the low ground, but let's see what he can pull off. Knows that the lads of VENOM Legends are coming in from the eastern side, and he's going to try and blockade the bridge to secure a few extra points for his team. 17 minutes in, still 14 teams remaining.
VENOM Legends on the bridge lines. That was quite a quick rotation, just touching their death almost. But Deadeye's guys, the track as well on the weak holds there. But unfortunately, they're not able to find any sort of openings just yet. No fear in the front lines. VENOM Legends in big trouble. How are they going to get out of this spot? Deadeye's guys, all 4 players up and alive. They have 2 players on top of the hill too. Oh boy, VENOM Legends, they've just walked in a complete set of trap, and they cannot afford to stay outside the zone anymore too, because now the Wall of Death is going to start to deal so much damage that you're going to start burning through a lot of meds, and this is exactly what VENOM Legends are lacking on. They're on a meds deficit. Fierce position compromise. Nade tossed in to flush him out, and that nade should do it. We'll shut him down instantly. T2K, they still have 1 more player alive. The final glimmer of hope.
Well, let's see. Hitman from inside of A1 eSports still trying to pull off the same miracle that he did a little bit earlier in the day. This time, though, against the players of DRS, and Delta almost getting taken out by Sinister, but still managed to survive. Is going to try and hide behind the shack along with his teammate Killer YT. Now Sinister, with the smokes being lobbed at his feet, is just going to run inside the shack to protect himself, and his teammates have regrouped as well.
A1 Esports, Hitman there. As long as Hitman's there inside the squad, there is a lot of hope. Hitman's being the pop-off man for this squad in the past 2. Dax charging on the players of TRZ. TRZ, nothing much to do, not able to hold this ground off. And now they're falling apart one after the other. They're getting dismantled alive as Mad Cat. He wanted to have some retaliation fire, did find a return knockout as well. On the other hand, they're also getting peppered down by the players of Deadeye's guys. Sandwiched between TRZ and Deadeye's guys now, Dax in a world of hurt.
On top, finally having the high ground to himself, but we'll talk about that later as IHC have decided to make the push on the lads of A1 Esports. And it's going to be IC finding another knock. DRS quite thankful for the situation as they finally have some breathing space for themselves. A1 Esports out of the picture now. 10 teams, 36 players surviving, but DRS, they have to reset ASAP. Oh, not being allowed a single moment as Skylightz Gaming coming from the rear. Do manage to pick off 1 more player from the side of DRS. IHC have lost one of their own as well.
IHC, unfortunately, yeah, did lose out on Godless. But Godless instantly is being rezzed back up. Zeal and Alex in closer vicinities, Prabin just mowing down lawns in the front, making it look so easy, making it look like aim practice. And MABETEX were the one who were his targets this time. Got a confirmation on the one. Second one is not that far away. High voltage Prabin. Target practice, too easy. Prabin wants the level ahead off this one. DEADEYES guys underneath him with this high ground. Prabin is definitely feeling like the king.
As you mentioned, he's definitely going to be feeling like a king. He owns the entire circle right now. There's literally not a single player apart from him present inside the zone right now. 20 minutes, 10 teams, 32 players still surviving, and well, a nade parade or a nade exchange, in fact, between a few of the squads. Oh, look at that. Gyanthe still managed to get a revive on his teammate Delta right before he bleeds to his unfortunate demise, but IC Killer YT taking a heavy damage on himself. In fact, Skylightz Gaming are going to be the ones finding that final knock, but Godless, have to be careful when you're going to go lob a Molotov this close to a wall. It is quite awkward what is happening between IHC, DRS, and Skylightz Gaming, by the way, because one team finds a knock on someone, and then Skylightz Gaming are like, nope, you can't go for a finish. DRS, they are quite agitated with that. But let's see, down to last player, I guess. They're going to be given their time to calm down soon.
Godless. It's a nice reflex. But Nima manages to slip away. But Nima had a big advantage in this fight. If he could have got the knockout on Godless, he would have gotten the entire grip on the IHC. DRS Gaming, things are crumbling right in front of him. Does not even have a lot of mets to go for a met strat. High voltage on top of the hill, looking like the kings and the gods. And they have the lifeline of a lot of teams currently in their hands as well. The circle is not really favoring them that much, but the amount of intel they've gathered is going to be quite vital. High voltage looking to work off of with each other. All four players still up. It's a 3-1 split. Jiggle looking to hold off the players of Elementrix all by himself, and he knows there's a team right underneath him. And he's just waiting for the moment to strike. Elementrix, they're trying their best to hide and not even make it a single step.
Jiggle now with this high ground advantage can actually pull off a lot of wonders, as Assassin has already started. In fact, Prabin making sure MABETEX never make it to this side of the mountain, as one of the players was knocked out a few moments earlier, and is looking to finish them off as well. But high voltage, even though they have the advantage, they have to be extremely careful, because now they're going to have to cross mountains. They have Jiggle and Malik on one side, and Prabin is going to have to move. And he needs to run from in such a way that his teammates are always going to be able to cover him, just in case someone decides to push. DE quite close to his position. Prabin taking damage from the nade. Is going to lob one of his own, but before he does that, Malik finds the knock, and this is just going to finish off the lads from the side of DE. Look at that! It was a two-fair. Two players from the side of DE for the price of one nade. 10 finishes secured by the lads from high voltage.
But the problem now occurs for the side of high voltage. The next circle is going to shift down below, favoring the teams who are playing from the underneath. IHC is still there outside the blue. There's a chance if he wants to close in, he can, but unfortunately, the players of high voltage are not going to let that happen. Keeping his identity anonymous. If he does have enough amount of first aids, keep on going for that met strat, and then maybe strike in at the last second. Until then, he can try to close on up as quick as possible. Only has 2 more first aids available. This is his chance to make it in. If he doesn't now, that'll be it. And that's what IC exactly realizes too. Hopefully the players of high voltage are not going to be able to get their line of sight onto IC. Picks up 1 more first aid from the ground, giving him a couple of seconds more to think about this one. And finally, now we'll start booking inside the circle. Assassin might just spot him. No, IC drop down now. And he does. Position still not compromised. But IC, no, do not toss the nade in just yet. Wait a little bit more. Nade tossed, position compromised. High voltage, no, there's a threat lingering around close. Ooh! Takes off both of them. No, that's a big one. That's a big grief from the side of IC. High voltage on their faces now. They're tumbling down. They had a big advantage in the fight. Not anymore. IC stole it away from them.
Well, definitely. That one spray transfer right there was enough to drop down 2 players from the side of high voltage. And now all of a sudden, Elementrix stand a chance of winning and walking away, in fact, with a winner chicken dinner for this match. It has happened before, and again, the fate of Elementrix. There has to be a smile on the faces of the lads, but Precious needs to be extremely careful. Malik, if he low tosses the nade just right, he can, in fact, connect this on Precious and finish him off without even revealing himself.
High voltage getting the circle advantage once again. Elementrix 3 players in the front. The nades are being exchanged, and so are the bullets too. But instead, it's high voltage who've gotten a knockout, who've gotten a casualty onto themselves. Jiggle, the IGL, wants to pull off a miraculous play. Pots out, Precious will deal a lot of damage. Malik still on the top, being the god who's overwatching all the players of Elementrix. Wants to slip in a knock, but now will need to drop down. Has no other opportunity, and he still clutches it. High voltage, a different beast. Malik clutches it at the last second. High voltage. What a clutch! A drop-down shot! A stylish way to close things out.
Man, I have no...
Perfection personified.
Yeah, definitely. I have no idea how these fights are happening today. How the games are going. So many awkward situations for the teams on the losing end, because they thought the win was going to be theirs, but no. It is once again snatched away from the lads of Elementrix. High voltage walking away with 29 points and a well-deserved win as well, because before that last fight, I believe they had 11 kills. They finished off Elementrix. That's 14 in total. 2,900 damage dished out for 14 eliminations.
Crazy stuff.
That is high voltage indeed.
That is indeed high voltage. That is something we like to see from a team like High Voltage. And finally, they're able to show themselves back inside the competition. But what a way to close things out. That is one of the most stylish way to close things out I've ever witnessed in my entire casting career, I would say. I mean, yeah, it is definitely one of the most stylish way. But yeah, what a way, man. High Voltage. I mean, they've also made a comeback today, and they've done it in style.
Exactly. Style point. Well, we don't give out style points. Me and Ocean have tried this, but no style points handed out. But ladies and gentlemen, what will be handed out are the actual points for the game. But we're going to have a look at those right after this short break. Once again, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It has been an absolutely crazy day filled with a lot of clutches. Well, the last game also came to an end with High Voltage coming out with a high voltage finish. This is Super Johnny joined by Necro, and this PMPL South Asia Fall season is brought to you by the Oppo F21 Pro, ladies and gentlemen. But another thing I have to inform you about is that all the matches for the day are done. Now we have to look at the overall rankings at the end of this day, and also in a few short moments on the PUBG Mobile Esports South Asia's YouTube channel, there's going to be a new series drop, especially for all our lovely audience from Nepal. Ladies and gentlemen, F in the chat. I'm not asking you to press F in the chat. That's the name of the series that's going to be released in about 7 minutes now. So be on the lookout.
You've also got the countdown. Okay, where are you getting this countdown from, Johnny?
I went on the channel and they had set up a premiere that's at 9:30, so I'm just waiting for it to drop. I'm gonna be watching it as well. So yeah, we have to rush through this end day segment.
Yeah, we got to catch up on it. We got to catch up on the premiere. But with that being said, Malik, 7 eliminations, 7 knockouts. What a conversion from this man. With 937 damage dealt, 1 headshot, and of course, 25-21 survival time. I mean, Johnny, Malik has definitely proved us, or proved every single one wrong, because we were pointing a lot of fingers on high voltage off at the start, and later on high voltage now, since yesterday, they've started to get the grip inside the game, and they've made a big comeback in the overall rankings too, and all props to Malik in this final game to make that clutch happen.
Well, it was an impressive clutch, and I don't have any words to praise him now. I really don't. I mean, actions speak louder than words, and people usually say that when it's the person who is supposed to take the action who's uttering those words. But this time it's me talking about a man who I can't even get close to. So, Malik, I mean, I'm just going to look at his numbers and talk about that. He has had 7 eliminations, 937 damage, 25 minutes of survival time. And he's followed by his own teammates who are not too far away. So, yeah, high voltage definitely came quite hungry today.
Oh, they definitely did. Without a doubt, high voltage came in really hungry, and they realized too there's a big void to fill. You cannot really joke around inside the lobby anymore. You got to have your serious faces. I'd see as well a decent outing from that game. Not really something we expected from a team like IHC. I expected, or at least I wanted them to win that game. But again, the circle is something that definitely did catch a lot of teams off guard. And one of the biggest teams that got caught off guard was T2K.
Well, yeah, definitely. And I mean, Train to Kill, it was... I don't know what happened to them. What was the decision to... Why the decision was made to rotate in from the west and then take the dive in the water?
No, it was actually, they had a boat at the start, but the boat was blown up. So T2K had no other option.
But still, no. Before they went into the boat, they knew VENOM Legends was going to hold the shoreline. Why go in the boat when you know there's a team right up ahead?
Well, I guess you need to ask them. You got to slide in. So you got to slide in their DMs, Shawnee. That's the only way we can make this happen, because no other way possible. The way they were playing, man. In general, it was just definitely, yeah, I understand. There can be a lot of questions raised on that sort of a play, but I feel like this is T2K just second-guessing themselves and doubting their own skills. And this is the exact sort of scenario I've seen a lot of times in the lobby as well. When a team is doing good, they're all confident, they believe in themselves, and everything's going fine. But once they start having bad games, they start second-guessing themselves. They start thinking a lot before challenging any sort of fights. And this is what exactly we're seeing in T2K too.
Well, completely agree with that. But at the end of the day, is it enough to keep the team in a fighting position for tomorrow? Is it enough to keep the team in the fighting position for the top 12? I think that is something that we're going to have to look at, and it is going to be revealed once we have the overall rankings in front of us. But the rankings for this match, High Voltage getting 29 points in total, IHC walking away with 18, Elementrix getting 15 points. Elementrix also, I have to say, have managed to stay quite consistent today.
Oh, they have. Elementrix, yeah, pretty consistent performance today, and I am loving this new Elementrix with the way how they're playing and stuff. Hopefully, again, Johnny, we've seen a lot of times, right? Teams do fantastic in the league stages, but when the transition is on over to the grand finals, they start to fumble a bit. And hopefully this is not going to be the same task with all the teams that we're currently seeing in top 5. Of course, Stalwart Esports are going to dominate as always, no matter it be grand finals or what. But the other teams that I'm talking about right now, they're dominating. We never know if they're going to be dominating even inside the grand finals.
Yeah, I completely agree with. And it happens every single tournament. Every single tournament, a team that is sitting on the first position of the league stages, you hardly see them even make it into the top 5. It happened with Seal Esports. It has happened with the likes of Skylightz Gaming as well. And you need to be careful about it, because once you do really well in the league stages, then there's a big bullseye on your back, and everyone is going to be aiming for that particular target. Everyone is going to be eyeing for you. You are the main competition. And it becomes very difficult to deal with when, as soon as your name pops up in someone's elimination feed, because you know the other teams won't be able to read it, but the team you are fighting, they knock down one of your lads, they finish him, and they realize that, oh, it's the toppers of the league stages that we are fighting. We have taken down one. Let's go for more. Let's build the momentum from here on out. No one is going to back away. No one is going to think logically when they are fighting you after that.
Makes sense too at that moment, right? It's the heat of the moment too.
Yeah.
So yeah. But The highlights are in front of us. This is where IC just almost stalled the game. Almost griefed the game of high voltage, but a nice mature option was being made from the side of Jiggle. He dropped down, went for the res and the fallen player, and in the end, it was just a miraculous and a stylish clutch by the heroics of Mullik. Mullik just saving the day for his team and securing that chicken dinner in the end. And High Voltage deserves it too. They had a nice hold on top of the hill. High Voltage, considering they like to drop on the top left island, and whenever it is that circle, High Voltage usually do tend to dominate. And it's understandable too when you're going to have a nice grip and a nice intel on that entire island overall. High Voltage in front of us with 14 elimination points, 2650 damage dealt. Elementrix in front of us too with 392 damage dealt with only 3 elimination points wrapped up. This clearly showcases that Elementrix were playing this one really safe and they were just playing for the placement points.
Well, let's see though. Overall rankings at the end of the day do look quite interesting because now, again, a few interesting switch ups. We saw 1952 climb into the top 5. Yeah.
On 4th spot, Johnny. Big leap. 5-position leap. Even though that game was not that great, but exactly what I'm trying to say. How
it's
volatile.
It's IHC. I'm not impressed. I want a top 3 from them.
I think so we will. Tomorrow from IHC, top 3 is guaranteed. With the way they're playing, it seems like they're definitely hiding something from all of us. They're looking really mysterious right now. They're looking like a team that does not want to break a lot of mysteries just yet. Maybe they have something saved up for the grand finals. Maybe they have something saved up for that bonus game.
Also, Necro, DRS, just 13 points shy of Godlike Stalwart. I'm actually impressed with how DRS is playing. I'm not going to lie. I'm really impressed with how these lads are performing. Just 1 chicken dinner secured in the 16 matches that they have. That is a little heartbreaking, but hey, the consistency in the performance does not change. They still have 100 placement points. They still have those 87 eliminations. They are doing very well for themselves. If they can figure out how to close out those matches, then I think DRS, they have what it takes to, in fact, and I'm going to say this right now, beat Godlike Stalwart.
I mean, they're really close. It's neck and neck.
The soldiers are going to do it. The soldiers are going to do it.
I think so they will, yeah, probably. And we've seen, right? I mean, Stalwart Esports, they're not really that interested in fighting for the first spot in the league stage anyways. Because it's more kind of like Godlike Stalwart playing their natural game. They're still able to stay on the first spot. In the grand finals is where Godlike Stalwart really starts trying for that first spot. And because they know that is what that's going to really matter. But I feel like over here, the points in the format change will... Godlike Stalwart would need to make sure that they're ending things on the first spot too.
Yeah, completely agree with that. But let's see. In the second half of the rankings, well, especially for the teams outside the top 12, I feel anyone can make it. Apart from the bottom 3, Gremlin Storm, ATRAX, and A1 eSports a little too far away from the competition. Even Gremlin Storm actually stand a chance. It's just the last 2, DAX and A1 eSport. 64 and 49 points.
49.
Quite a lot to... 49. I just meant 9.
49 points. That was funny. That was funny. But yeah, High Voltage. The day was dominated by the players of High Voltage today. 1 elimination. Yeah, I mean, of course, from the side of Jiggle in 4 matches. But overall, High Voltage, this player card really deserves to be here because today was the day of High Voltage.
Oh, yeah. It was their day, and they made sure they owned it as well. From being 13 eliminations secured in a single day. And Assassin as well, 1900 damage dished out, 6 eliminations secured. Malik with 10 for himself. Jiggle, I believe, was the man, again, just scouting out information for his team. Supposed to be the sacrificial lamb for his teammates to shine. And he did a pretty decent job. 800 damage dished out, so he was just leading those fights as well, going down super early, but the survival times are going to be there. So, again, as a team, High Voltage, they stepped up. Now, all they have to do is close out a few more matches tomorrow, take the first position away, and go into week number 2. Well, go towards the Livik first, get those bonus points, and then go into week 2 with a strong momentum for themselves.
I mean, Jiggle makes a lot of sense too, Johnny, because Again, he's the IGL of the team, and we know what he's capable of too when it comes to Jiggle.
Yeah.
I mean, he has been a fantastic IGL for Vibes in the past, and now, of course, for High Voltage over here. So, no doubts or no fingers are going to be raised, because no matter what, through all the rotation, all the holds, all the calls are being made by the IGL, and Jiggle is doing a fantastic job in that category. So, I wouldn't say Jiggle, even if you don't really see a lot of elimination points and a lot of damage numbers, still Jiggle is doing a great job with the calls. Elimination leaders, at the end of the day, in front of you guys do, Killer YT currently is leading the charge. Johnny, what just happened here?
Oh, well, times have changed. Killer YT, 32 eliminations secured, 5,300 damage dished out, and following him is going to be Doc from the side of DE Warriors, 25 eliminations. Entry is going to be there for 24 as well. But look at the damage number on Doc, 6,000 plus damage with just an 18-minute survival time.
Oh yeah, Doc has been a phenomenal card on the side of Deadeye's Warriors all the time, and we've seen Doc just in some insane moments still able to make it out alive in the moments where he should not be alive. And Doc, yeah, he's a whole nother beast too. Trust me, it's their first time playing inside this one. In the upcoming tournaments, if they do get a chance to perform there, I'm pretty sure this team is going to do even better, because they will have a lot of experience in their back.
Well, let's see though how this one is going to go. They do have a lot of experience in their back, as you mentioned, Necro, and it is going to be quite interesting to see how, in fact, tomorrow's day is going to work out for these teams. But the the day summary on our screens there, we do have all the winners from every single game. Yeah, High Voltage getting 2 in a row, not 2 in a row, 2 winner chicken dinners, getting them into the top 3. Godlike Stalwart with 10 eliminations that win on that Miramar. Quite impressive. Raw Official walking away with the first game was something that I definitely did not expect. They really came out of nowhere to steal that game, and it was an important win for them as well. But again, today was just the second last day. There's still tomorrow remaining, and a majority of the big teams are going to they will be stepping they will be stepping up quite nicely tomorrow. So the likes of IHC, the likes of T2K, Skylightz Gaming, DRS, DE, Godlike Stalwart are already pretty much on the top. So I don't think they're going to be bothering anyone. They're just going to be doing their own thing. But all of these other teams are definitely going to be stepping up tomorrow.
Exactly.
They are going to look quite square. Yeah. MABETEX.
Even MABETEX. We really do need to look forward to MABETEX as well, because coming inside this competition, definitely a lot of expectations was there from the side of MABETEX, but we did not really see them coming through. Considering, and we've been saying this over and over again, you can clearly do see the lack of demo in this team. And because of demo is not there, it's clearly being seen how much it has hurt this entire roster.
Yeah, I mean, really, it is going to be quite... well, I'm just looking forward to tomorrow. I have nothing else to say, because first of all, there's going to be the first competitive Livik that we're going to witness with top 12 teams, all 4 players playing, by the way. It's all 4 players of top 12 teams competing in a map of Livik. And before that, we have the 5 matches that remain for this particular week. So it's going to be quite an intense Sunday, ladies and gentlemen, that we will have lined up. But that means we are done with our matches today. Thank you so much for tuning in. Right after this, again, remember, F in the chat has been dropped on the PUBG Mobile Esports South Asia's official YouTube channel. Go ahead and check it out. We're going to take your leave. Thank you so much for tuning in. Until tomorrow, take care. Bye-bye.